There we go. Before any of y'all can say I'm muted, I'm not muted. There we are. I was saying, I see a lot of folks in the chat. Let me catch up with y'all for a sec. Because we're hanging out. We're having fun. I've got a Diet Dr. Pepper today and a LaCroix. We're getting a little crazy. Let's see. We got who's here tonight? Greg's here as always. It's and couldn't hear my headphones anymore, but I can hear y'all. Let's see. Let me scroll through the chat on my phone. How's the hold on, is the background music even registering? I downloaded it this time instead of running it on YouTube. So I don't know. Okay, it looks like it's registering on my OBS now. Just let me know if it's too loud or anything, because the volume controls are going to be a little bit different since I'm not running it from YouTube. Let's see, we got Greg's here as always, like I was saying. Yamato's here. Rob, my boy. Just to be clear, because I'm seeing Yamato said excuse me after Rob said effing loser. I'm sure Rob was talking to me. No bad blood there. Rob's my boy. We got Napier J. Hello. Rob, I'm not gonna come down to fight you in Portland or Astoria or wherever it is. Just Oregon in general. I'm just gonna dox Rob on stream and then get y'all to go fight him for me. We have his address. We sent him meatballs. That's gonna be the easiest way to clear up who's the loser and who's the winner in this situation. Let's see. Napier J's here. I said that. I'm a rando. Rob's a loser. Right. I think today's the gang up on Rob stream. Forget the Batman Beyond books. Today we're just gonna trash Rob all night long. Anyway, thanks for the content. You guys got me into the DCAU and encouraged me to watch B-Test. So thanks so much. Hell yeah. I'm glad that we could turn you on to a piece of entertainment that we have enjoyed for the entirety of our lives. Just having grown up with BTAS, it's always kind of weird to me that like there are people who haven't watched it, but like I'm sure that's the case with any piece of media, but it's just so intertwined with my life that like when someone's just like, I've never seen this before, thanks for turning me on to it, it's kind of a wild ride to hear. I believe this is still a dictatorship, so I don't think you have a say, Rob. Yes, I am a dictator, that as was described on on Discord the other night. Hey Levi, glad to have you aboard tonight with us. You're mute. Oh, not anymore. Okay. I look like Nicolas Cage? Do I look like Nicolas Cage? I don't see it. You know who does look like Nicolas Cage? Marilyn Manson looks like Nicolas Cage. That's a thing. Oh, we got two Levi's. It's like we got a pair of jeans in here. Invoker's here. Hello. Nice to have you aboard with us. Let's see, and it's really hard for me to get my friends interested in the DCAU shows. You know what? I don't blame you. It's a lot of what's really cool about the DCAU. I feel like personally, like I know every single one of the shows is cool on its own merits, but I feel like what's the coolest about them is obviously the Cadmus arc in JLU. And telling people you have to watch 5 shows before you ever get to the really super cool part is always going to be a bit of a downer. I do have somewhere like a document that's just like all of the episodes of each show that specifically tie into the continuity to get you to the place you need to be to watch Epilogue. So maybe we should drop that sometime soon. That way it's easier for folks to get to get into the DCAU. That way, you'll just have a much quicker go through with it, and you can break it up in seasons. Like each show is its own season, rather than watching multiple seasons of a show and all that. Let's see. I'm rewatching B-Test for the first time. Haven't seen it in years. It's such a good show. I mean, like there's obviously like a lot of bumps in the road, especially in the earlier episodes, just because of like how the way it was set up, and like the person who was the showrunner, I guess, before Alan Burnett came in. Maybe showrunner is not the right word, but the story editor, I guess, is the term I'm looking for, and how they weren't familiar with Batman at all. But like once you get past that early stuff, like it is just a blast. Once you get to like Two-Face and on from there, like there's still gonna be like a handful of, and these aren't the best episodes ever, but it's a fun ride through and through. Justice League, from what I saw, was really good, but I still have a bunch of DCAU I want to catch up on before I get into it. I feel that. I've finally, like earlier during the pandemic, started trying to get my fiance into the DCAU, and we watched all of B-Test, the original. No TNBA yet. I mean, she's seen Critters, and I think maybe a handful of other episodes here and there, but like hasn't watched it as a whole. So we watched the original B-Test, and I think we watched all of the first season of Superman. I might be wrong there. We might have like got bored with it early on and figured we wanted to do something else. But we do need to get back around to it, because I really want to show her Justice League Unlimited, because I want her to understand like why Dwayne McDuffie is so fucking good. We're watching Ben 10 right now, and I'm hoping to like, because I've never seen Ben 10. And if I'm being honest with y'all, at least the original show, it feels like something that I needed to be there for when it was like a current thing, to really be into it to the degree that some of y'all are in. There have been a decent handful of episodes so far that I've thought were really good, right? The 5th episode of the first season, the 13th episode of the first season, and we recently just started the 2nd season, so the 3rd episode and kind of the 1st episode, although like I don't know, I saw some plot holes in it personally. So we're getting through Ben 10 right now, and like she wasn't raised on superhero cartoons like I was, so it's a different experience for her than it is for me, where I'm just like, yeah, I get what's going on here, okay, cool, but like, man, I really want to get through this so we can get to the Dwayne McDuffie stuff. That's gonna be mwah. I'm really excited for that, because I have no clue like what's gonna happen, but I know it's gonna be good because it's Dwayne McDuffie. So I'm really excited to get there and hopefully like get her on board for getting through the rest of the DCAU at some point to get to the Dwayne McDuffie stuff. Let's see. Should I watch Justice League or Batman Beyond? What should I watch first? Okay, so there's personally, I feel like watching it in chronological order gives a bit more closure to some stuff in Justice League Unlimited, just so long as you watch Epilogue after Batman Beyond, because it does act as like a series cap for that. James keeps trying to say that that doing it the way that it came out is the right way to do it, because of the fact that that's the way people watched it. But I don't think that's a very strong argument, like, right? Because like Batman the Animated Series all came out of order, and that's the way people watched it. But I don't think that means that's the way you should watch it. But there's a whole will they won't they thing going on in Justice League Unlimited that gets answered in Beyond, and I feel like that makes it worth it to kind of do it, in chronological order rather than in the release order. Whenever I was dating my last girlfriend, like 5-6 years ago, something like that, and we watched the whole DCAU, we did it that way. And like there's a couple things that like there's a couple like time travel episodes here and there where they go forward to the Batman Beyond world, but I feel like those don't really ruin anything from Batman Beyond, because any of the continuity mentions in those are a lot, like, they're a lot more vague, right? Because like Batman himself is just like, I don't want to know anything, blah blah blah, it's time travel, I don't want to wreck my future kind of stuff. So that's my way, but I understand that others have different ways to do it. Mattie, you can tell by the mustache. Have you watched any Genndy Tartakovsky cartoons? Yeah. No, I grew up on Samurai Jack and Clone Wars. I recently rewatched Clone Wars with Sissy, my fiance, and that was a lot of fun. Especially that lightsaber fight in the rain, just beautiful. I watched Symbiotic Titan, I think last year, and enjoyed that to a decent degree. I still need to go back and rewatch Samurai Jack, and just so I can get the finale. So that'll be fun. It's a little clunky, but it was good. I'm on episode 48. Oh, of Ben 10 or B test. Yeah. That's what we were talking about. Butterfly by Crazy Town. That's a banger. I don't care what anyone says. It's dumb, but it's a banger. I love Ben 10 so much. That is my childhood show. Yeah, that's what a lot of people have been saying. And like, I really want to see what you all see in it. And I think that's not gonna really hit me until the Dwayne McDuffie stuff comes around. Rob, you keep telling me to watch Generator Rex. Maybe I'll do it. See, which should I watch first, JL or Batman Beyond? I think I answered that question. Was it posed twice? By the way, Greg Wiesman has also wrote some Ben 10 episodes in season 3 and 4 of the original show. Okay, so that might be interesting, because I know Sissy was really into Young Justice. For the at least she really enjoyed the first 2 seasons. When the third season came out, I feel like it had been a minute since we had watched the first 2, so we weren't as into it as we probably would have been had we done it all back to back. We might revisit that before season 4 comes out. So, but yeah, knowing that Greg Wiesman is going to be on there might make some things a little bit better. Omniverse broke my heart. No spoilers. Don't spoil me. Greg Wiesman is supposedly working on Spectacular Spider-Man, but I've not heard any news on this. Interesting. Clone Wars is the greatest show ever. B-Test is second. Clone Wars is pretty fun. I used to like really be into Asajj growing up. Like, that was the coolest part of Star Wars to me, was Asajj Ventress. Make sure you play the new Samurai Jack after you watch season 5. Oh, there's a video game? I might have to check that out. I remember watching JL when I was younger, but don't remember it much. Can't wait to rewatch. It's a fun ride. Justice League Unlimited is a lot better than Justice League itself, and the first season of Justice League is there's a lot of parts that kind of drag here and there, just because they're trying to figure out how to make a team up show work. But once they hit their stride in season 2, it's a blast. What's my opinion on the Batman? My opinion is that I don't really have an opinion on it. So when it came out, I was just like, I don't want to deal with this. It's a Batman show that looks like Jackie Chan adventures. Like this doesn't interest me. I'll stick with my Bruce Timm Batman. who's hanging out in the Justice League. And even then, I stopped watching Justice League like whenever Justice League Unlimited started. I think I was more on the Teen Titans train by then. I tried to like a couple years ago, I went on to IMDb and I found like the highest rated episodes of the Batman, and I watched them, and they didn't really do anything for me. I think like the one that I remember off the top of my head like had something to do with zombies or something, and it didn't do anything for me. So I just haven't given it the time of day. But I probably will at some point eventually. It is on my list of things to watch. Symbiotic Titans should have got a season 2. Yeah, I was surprised that was only one season. It was a pretty good show. The game is called Samurai Jack Battle Through Time. It takes place after season 5. It's a really fun game. Interesting. I'll have to check it out. Always consider JL and JLU were the same show, but I need to check them out before I stay on that track. I love Ahsoka and Anakin. So I was talking to Gindi, the Gindi Clone Wars. You might be. Was Ahsoka in the Gindi Clone Wars? I don't remember her being in there. It's been a minute though, so maybe she was. It was like a year or two ago, like before we did our Star Wars marathon going into Rise of Skywalker. Bruce Timm designs look better than the Batman. Yeah, I agree, but I mean there's people can like different things for different reasons, so I don't hold it against anyone. Is what I watched as I grew up. Batman Beyond never aired in Japan where I live, so I watched the Batman and JL. Huh. I definitely want to check it out at some point, but I do not. But y'all can still hear me, right? Because it's showing the mic audio is still going. But it's showing that the background music stopped. Why does that keep happening? I don't know what's going on with the background music. I'm not hearing anything in my headphones. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but I'm not seeing it on my audio levels. But that's okay. Symbiotic Titan was canceled for the weirdest reason ever. It was because they couldn't find anyone who wanted to make a toy line for the series. That's not the weirdest reason ever, actually. That's pretty common in animated TV shows. A lot of the time, that's why you get like Transformers, G.I. Joe, stuff like that. He-Man is because the like more often than not, a cartoon is an avenue to sell toys, right? Because you don't really make much money off the cartoon itself. I mean, you get like the DVD sales and you get like ad buys and whatever, but ultimately a cartoon's so expensive that like one of the things that you really want is to sell merchandise off of it. So back in like the 80s and early 90s, the main thought was, hey, we have this toy line, make a cartoon off of it. Just make an advertisement for our toys so that children will want to buy them. And that's how we got stuff like G.I. Joe and He-Man and all that kind of stuff. And then when stuff started changing up and like with BTAS and stuff like that, where people started to realize like, an animated TV show can be a piece of art in its own right. That's when like that's stopped being as much of the deal. But even then, like they still really wanted to push toys and stuff like that. Like if you look in some of the stuff that Paul Dini and Bruce Timm wrote, like the Batman Harley and Ivy comic. They really like go after the toy lines for being like, hey, can you put Batman in a scuba suit so we can sell this toy, blah blah blah, kind of stuff like that. And that's been a thing for a while. Like Static Shock ultimately canceled because they didn't, have a toy line, and they didn't want to make toys because they didn't think that black kids bought toys. Like you can't sell black superheroes kind of situation. The only reason it lasted as long as it did was because in the ratings it was so high up. It was just like right behind Pokemon for kids WB. So that's why it lasted as long as it did. But ultimately, it didn't have a toy line, so it got axed. Same with Young Justice. That got axed for not selling enough toys. Like they had toys, but it didn't sell enough toys, and so they ended up taking it out. Let's see, love Bruce Timm style, but I'm not a fan of the flesh colored lips on some of the characters. Yeah, I could see that. Let's see. I was talking about the 2D. Ahsoka was only in the CGI anime. Okay, that's what I thought. You should really read the Batman Strikes comic. They absolutely push their boundaries in the comic. I had the first issue for a while, but like I've never really gone through the rest of it. Modern cartoons never get toys anymore. The creators of Steven Universe were sad they never got toys of Garnet's gloves to wear. Yeah, it's kind of wild, like how often these days, like you'll have cartoons that don't have toys attached to them. It's bizarre. I played the Arkham games recently. They're the best. Have you ever played them? If so, opinions. Yeah, I've played all of them except for I haven't gotten through Arkham Origins Blackgate, which was the portable one for DS and PSP, but ended up getting a PS3 remaster. I did download it recently because I've had it for my 3DS, but I lost the 3DS in the breakup like 5 years ago, so I've just had the game sitting around for forever. So I figured, let me get the digital version and get rid of the physical. But I really enjoy City and Asylum and Origins, but Arkham Knight didn't really do it for me. They're just the reliance on the Batmobile was annoying because for me the Batmobile was the worst part of the game. I didn't like the mechanics with it. I'm not big into like car games and stuff like that. So it was a bummer that like it went from explore the city as Batman to explore the city as the Batmobile. Oh, hey, thank you, Christian, for following. Have you seen the trailer of Godzilla vs. Kong yet? It looks fire. I have not. I've never really been too big into Godzilla or King Kong. I did watch the like Godzilla and Godzuki show on Boomerang way back in the day. But other than that, I've never really been too big into the IP. So I haven't been keeping up on it. But I'm sure that it might be a fun time. What's not to love about giant monsters fighting each other? What was the last anime I watched? Dragon Ball GT. My fiance and I watched all of Dragon Ball like in a huge binge. Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball GT. I had never seen Dragon Ball Super. She had never seen any of it, and there was a decent amount of Dragon Ball that I hadn't seen. So that was a lot of fun. Dragon Ball Super is the best part of the whole Dragon Ball canon, in my opinion. Just brilliant storytelling through and through. But GT just was it. Watching GT after Super was a bad idea, but like we were trying to do it in chronological order, and so I put Super in before we watched the last couple episodes of Dragon Ball Z with Oob and all that, and so like had we jumped into GT, before watching Super, it would have kind of goofed all that up. Going to assume you didn't play Arkham VR either. Oh yeah, I've never played a VR game. I forgot that's a thing. Collab with the Ink Tank. Yeah, it's been discussed, but there's nothing huge to announce there yet. So we gotta figure out something that can work for the both of us. Like I said earlier, I only just now started the second season of Ben 10, so I'm not very very knowledgeable on that world yet. So I'm not sure what we would do as a collab. GT is better than Super. Rob, I'm going to ban you. How do I do that? How do I ban Rob? Did you watch the Superman and Lois trailer? The CW shows are okay, but that looked different. I heard that HBO Max gave a budget upgrade. I have not watched it, but I've heard similar. The reliance on the Batmobile was annoying, but I found the story superb, and the Fear Toxin and Joker stuff was such a great concept, and I feel like it was almost a perfect finale. I could see that, but I just the Batmobile really dragged on for me way too much to like remember much else about the game. What are we doing? Sorry, what's happening? Oh, we're hanging out for a couple minutes before I start going into this Batman Beyond animated series guide. But yeah, we're gonna be reading it. We're gonna be hanging out, talking, all that kind of stuff. Rob still wants to fight. No. Dragon Ball is so good. It's literally my childhood, especially since in Japan it's huge. Yeah. I could imagine living in Japan with it. It's probably a different experience than living in America with it. Sissy is going to fight Rob. Tight. Let's see. I help the Ink Tank a lot, by the way, with the wiki for their webcomic. Oh, tight. You want to see something the Ink Tank does well? I'd watch their and Beyond episodes on Super Saiyans and Kryptonians. It's very, very good. I'll have to check it out. What Ben 10 am I watching? The first one. We're starting from the start and going forward from there. Try to watch Dragon Ball, but I was bored. I wanted the whole Super Saiyan, but my best friend said that's only in Super, and I love watching things in order, so I gave up. No, Super Saiyans show up in Dragon Ball Z. But yeah, Dragon Ball itself starts off kind of slow. But as soon as you start getting into like the Tien Shinhan saga, it really picks up, and it's a lot of fun. I would definitely say it is worth sticking with, especially because of like when we watched Dragon Ball Z Kai after Dragon Ball. There were so many instances where I was just like, whoa, like, this feels different because now I know the history between these characters. It really helped to contextualize that world and everything. And honestly, like the Super Saiyan stuff isn't the coolest thing about Dragon Ball. It's all about the journey, all about the friends they make along the way, and all about just building on yourself to be better and be more, and kind of that kind of stuff. So it's a lot of fun. It's definitely worth sticking through. Robert, you're wrong. Is it bad I started bodybuilding because of Batman? Nah. The ridiculous dead ferret you have on your upper lip does distract. How do you have the dullest background in all the lockdown? It's just my bedroom wall. That's all it is. I just have a desk in my bedroom. See, there's my bed. It's not even made. I could probably put something up above my bed, but whatever. I would rather not have it fall on me in my sleep. So far, Forearms is cool, and whatever the Hotspot and the Diamond guy, is his name just Diamondback or something like that? Those are my three favorites so far. But anyway, we are 30 minutes into this stream. We've kind of chit chatted a little bit. Let's do what y'all are all here for. Let's start hopping into this Batman Beyond guide. I've got my phone right here with me, so I'll be trying to keep track. Are y'all not hearing the music anymore? No one's mentioned the background music. I'm just gonna rewind it. It might be the MP3 corrupted or something. There it goes. It's going. But yeah. Oh shoot! I don't even have the timeline pulled up. So we've been working on. For those of you who haven't been here with us the past couple of weeks, that we've been doing this, we've been building a DCAU timeline, and we're trying to be as thorough as possible. Hold on, let me sign in this bad boy real quick. Let me pull that out as a second window, just in case any information shows up that I don't want y'all to have. So we've been working on building like an interactive DCAU timeline. The idea is to like have everything laid out, just all, you know, left to right. This is what happened this year. Yada 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 yada. And then we've got all of like the source material underneath, being like, this is why we have it placed here. That way people know like why we're saying things are happening where they are, and we're trying to be as thorough as possible with it. So like we let's see, we started off with going back through the old Watchtower Database Batman Beyond timeline. I logged into the wrong account. How do I log back out? But so we started off by going through the old Watchtower Database Batman Beyond timeline video, and then from there we did a couple Batman Beyond websites. We went through like the Batman Beyond era on DCAU resources timeline, just to be sure I didn't miss anything. And last week we went through a book called The Batman Beyond Files, which is kind of like Batman animated, but a little bit different. It only covers like the first season of Batman Beyond, so like as cool as it is to have like, you know, a bunch of artwork and stuff in that book, it's nowhere near as thick as Batman animated, and I don't know why they put it out after only one season. I imagine just because Batman Beyond was a new property and they were trying to capitalize on that and make a push for it to be a big successful thing, and I guess that worked out. But today we're going through DK Publishing's Batman Beyond animated series guide. One of the things that I found out recently about these guides for DK Publishing is that despite there having been Batman Beyond Secret Files, or whatever it was called, Batman Beyond Files, I think maybe the word secret wasn't in it in the title. But despite, you know, there being something like that already exists, that has concept art and stuff like that in it, whenever DK got the license to do animated series guides for the DC cartoons, WB wasn't very cooperative with getting them the stuff that they needed to do it. And so a lot of what's in the hold on, it's having a weird time trying to open the timeline. But so a lot of the stuff in the animated series guides is more so based off of the comics rather than the cartoon shows themselves, just on the basis of it was easier to just, you know, for the publishing company to go out, pick up issues of the comics, scan them in, and you know, Photoshop their book pages with that information, than, you know, to get WB to give them what they needed elsewhere. Jesus, my phone's got a big old going on. So a lot of the stuff that's going to be in this book today is going to be based around that. God, I'm hoping that me not having opened the timeline beforehand isn't going to ruin things, because it is going incredibly slow. And sweet, the page isn't responding. I'm gonna just click wait, and let's just hop over to PDF. Let's see. While I'm waiting on that, let me just catch back up. Let's see. Heat Blast and Diamond Head. Yes, that's the ones. VeggieTales is in the DCAU multiverse. I'm not sure about that one. Rob, you can't pick on me. I am impervious to that. Have I watched Spectacular Spider-Man? I have not. I haven't watched it, so I can't give you a whether you should watch it or not. I can't hear a bed music. I assume you might be talking about the background music. Is it not? It shows it's coming through on my audio, so I don't know. Interactive. Yes. Like you'll be able to go at the very least you'll be able to go left and right on it, and you'll be able to click. I wish it would come up. If it doesn't come up, then that ruins the entire purpose of what we're doing right now. And I can't believe I was a knucklehead. There it goes. It's starting to come. There it is. There's parts of it. It's loading in. I hope your timeline includes the most canon fact that Sinestro and Slade have worked with the Black Hat organization. Yeah, actually, like we're wanting to be very, very, very thorough on this. Like I've got something on here already that's like just from Toonami Asia promos, right? The like Toonami Asia had a whole thing where it's like the year 2099 and the Age of Heroes is over and blah blah blah. And now our person Nami has to go back in time to 2013 and stop it, and it's all on Earth 9. You can't edit the same mind map from two different locations as the same. Okay, I'm not trying to. Just let me in. No, it kicked me back out. Oh my god. Wait, what is it trying? What is this? What is this? Cat in the Claw. That must be something I was trying to do a while ago. Why did it let me in this one, but it kicked me out of the other one? Oh my god. How do y'all love the live version of Watchtower Database? This is why we have edited videos rather than everything just being live streams. Because that makes us look like we know what we're doing. But yeah, so eventually the stuff from Villainous will hopefully be on here wherever we can find a spot for it. If you could choose one DC property to be made, what would it be? To be made into a cartoon, to be made into a movie, to be made into a video game, or are you talking about like if I could insert anything into DC like canon? I'm not entirely sure I understand what the question is. Hey Danny, there it is. The timeline's starting to pop in. Hopefully it doesn't try to act like I'm a duplicate of myself again. Well, while that's loading, let's you haven't missed anything so far. I literally, so I downloaded the book that we're going through today and made it a PDF, and I downloaded the background music, and I'm running the MP3 off my computer because I was just like, I want everything to run properly. And then come to find out, while I was doing all that, I forgot to have the timeline itself pulled up. So now my computer's struggling trying to load it in. So you haven't missed a lot. Just a bunch of us talking back and forth. There was some Ben 10 talk. There was some Samurai Jack talk. A little bit of Clone Wars talk, stuff like that. But yeah, if I could make a DC project of any. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I mean, I think I answered this. You know, I feel like I answer this all the time, but it makes sense for this question to be posed over and over again. But my idea is a set slightly before Batman Beyond movie, or even like, you know, after Batman Beyond or during Batman Beyond with some flashbacks But I want a Cairo and Warhawk buddy cop movie where they're just out patrolling, the galaxy and shit, with some stuff like based around Cairo joining the Justice League, since he's an 8-year-old and everything. I want Bruce Wayne to show up and get mad about it because the stuff that happened with Return of the Joker happened, and how can we be putting another child in danger like this? I want Static to be part of the league, and trying to talk it down. I want Clark to be like, hey, my dude, who are we to say that the Guardians of Oa are wrong? That kind of stuff. And then the main driving force of this movie, though, I want to be that the ring that Cairo has is Jon Stewart's ring. And I want there to be a lot of tension between him and Warhawk over that fact, right? Because Warhawk is a hero in his own right, but I feel as though the way that he is portrayed in the couple things we've gotten him in, he's a bit of a brash guy, and I feel like he would feel slighted that someone else who wasn't him was chosen to wield the ring. Yeah, you did miss Ben 10 discourse. Let's see. So what would be considered part of the DCAU multiverse? We have one video up about that already, but we're doing we're working on a second one for our storyline. So you'll just have to wait for that to get the full picture. Hi, Mattie. First time watching one of the live streams, but I love the work you guys do. Happy to be hanging tonight. Well, we're glad to have you aboard, Tyler. These are always a lot of fun if I can get things to be to run properly. Have you read all of the TMNT Batman crossover books, or only just the DCAU one so far? Someone should pitch that to DC. I should pitch that to DC. Jake is here. Everybody tell Jake you love him. He feels lonely and he needs love from the community. Give him kisses in chat. Everyone drop a kissy emoji for Jake. How cut up are you with DC's future state? Still haven't been to a comic book shop. Still unemployed for the most part, and besides the Watchtower Database stuff, and unemployment has not been sending me checks for the last 3 months. So I'm pretty poor. And I'm not gonna be able to catch up with these kinds of things for the time being. I'm hoping to at some point, but it's not gonna be anytime soon because currently all of my money is going to bills. I just got an EBT card today to help pay for groceries. So I unfortunately I'm not gonna be able to have updates on how I feel about current comics kind of stuff for a while. I find it weird that you guys are the only DCAU Center channel, right? You would think that a couple other people would want to do that. I'm going to steal a question from Wowie here and ask this. If you could add one episode to Superman, the animated series, what would you do with it and where would you place it? Oh, man. If I could add anything to Superman, the animated series, I don't know. I mean, I feel like the show's fine as it is, but I do love my boy Orion. So if I was gonna add in another episode, it'd probably be an Orion episode somewhere. I don't know where, but I would. That's what I would do. Okay, I think the timeline is. Yep, there it goes. Okay, sweet. So, for those of you who haven't been in here, Butter Chicken is in. Hello, I do Death of Superman in the animated series. I don't know if you could do that in retrospect, just because we've used Doomsday already, in Justice League and Justice League Unlimited. Let me see. Go big. Go big. Okay. Okay, so for those of you who haven't been here with us recently, this is kind of what the timeline looks like that we're building. So like we've got all of our events, all of our episodes. Like stuff that's in white is stuff that was mentioned but wasn't shown on screen. Stuff that's in black with the purple is Batman Beyond. And then like if you look down, it's just like here's all of the reasons for why it is where it is. And, you know, even stuff that contradicts is stuff that we've been putting in, right? Like Bruce Timm's 50 years from now stuff. Because, like, I want specifically for this whole thing to be like, look, there is contradicting evidence, and this is why, you know, we're placing things where we're placing them. You know, just this is how we're making sense of things. We've only put one comic on so far, and it was number 3 from the original Batman Beyond miniseries, just because that one, it's an obvious, it has to take place after Batman, you know, finds out who Blight is, and it has to take place before Blight's gone in Ascension. So that's the only one we've placed so far. And then we've got, you know, all this stuff over here. The rest of the show. We got a couple things after the show itself. Like we've got the Static Shock Future Shock episode is down this way. We've got the Justice League Unlimited Batman Beyond stuff is down here. And then of course up here is, you know, the dates above them all. And then here we go. We got the 2099, the Toonami Asia stuff, where we've got like the DCAU superheroes are on Earth 9 with Generator Rex and Ben 10 heroes and stuff fighting the Imperium drones and the Manhunters from the DCAU. I don't know how they got there, but it's there. It's an official piece of media. I'm counting it. So yeah, now that that's open, like I can actually start kind of going through the book, and we can try to figure out what's going on. What is your favorite Batman comic? Mine is probably Long Halloween, but there are other great ones. I was really into the Bruce Wayne murderer storyline when I was growing up. I don't feel like that's one that a lot of people look back on fondly, but I very much just did not have a large stack of comics to grow up with. So what I did have was that, and I read it over and over and over again. It's been years since I've read it. I don't know if it holds up, but I hope that it does. If Bruce Timm put his first ever Batman drawing up for sale, how much money would you spend to get it? Well, you know, he's been drawing Batman since he was like 5. I can't imagine that it would be very good, and I can't imagine I would have money to buy it because, as I've said, I am, you know, very poor. Let's see. Do you think the Justice League Worlds Collide would be in the DCAU? It would be similar to Crisis on Two Earths. I mean, you know, we've done. It's. We got what we got. You know, we got Crisis on Two Earths. Worlds Collide is never going to happen. We just have to assume that something similar happened between Justice League and Justice League Unlimited until there is any evidence to say otherwise. Didn't they already sort of do Death of Superman and the Time Travel Vandal Savage Oregon Justice League? I don't. Was that one? That one wasn't. That one wasn't Death of Superman. The Justice Lords one is the one that brought in Doomsday. You think Bruce Timm knows about you guys? Probably not. Atomic Skull origin story episode, since he never got one in the DCAU, and I think that it might have given the character the push he needs to put him in the high tier of Superman villains. That could be interesting. Is it? No, this is not a Pepsi. It is a LaCroix. Well, not even a LaCroix. It's just a seltzer water. But all right. So now that we've got the timeline open, I'm going to try to start going through this book. Greetings from New Gotham. Gotham City has changed, and not necessarily for the better. This teeming metropolis has always been mired in crime and corruption, but in the past, Gotham could count on its Dark Knight Defender to put evil in its place. Then one day, in the not-so-distant future, Batman simply disappeared. Without a word to Gotham citizens, Bruce Wayne hung up the Cape Crusaders cowl and utility belt. Oh, hey, that was a new follower. Emerald-Eyed Archer is here. Hello, thank you for coming on board. Without a word to Gotham citizens, Bruce Wayne hung up the Cape Crusaders cowl and utility belt for good. The Batmobile gathered dust in the Batcave, and whatever hope was left in Gotham was soon replaced by despair. That was then. Now, a new Batman has emerged to bring law to the lawless. Gotham is bigger and badder. Its buildings are taller, towering nearly a mile above the mean streets of the old city. Flying cars careen through concrete canyons with neon vid screens flashing in the dark. Street gangs terrorize, corporate tyrants oppress. The Dark Knight couldn't have come back at a better time. But he isn't Bruce Wayne. No, this Batman is Terry McGinnis, a teenage Tomorrow Knight, determined to launch a new offensive maybe a new offense in the war on crime. Bruce provides backup while this young Avenger is fitted out with an awesome new arsenal to battle evil. And although the Rogues Gallery has changed, Batman's mission remains the same: to protect the innocent from fiendish foes. Murder was the arc that introduced Sacha Bordeaux, right? That name sounds familiar. Like I said, it's been like years since I've read it, so I'm not too familiar with the details anymore. I just remember that like that was something I was way into as a kid. Besides Joker, who's the greatest Batman villain? Mr. Freeze. Period. Mr. Freeze. That's it. Is that a Soleil from Safe? It's not a Soleil. We're not going to Safeway anymore because there's a Fred Meyer right down the street, and it's so much cheaper. So it is just Kroger Seltzer Water. Have been trying to introduce my best buddy to Batman Beyond comics from 1999. Hell yeah. Those comics are pretty good. The majority of them are written by Hilary J. Bader, who was a writer for many of the DCAU shows until she passed away. I think during the run of Justice League, if I remember correctly. But those comics are almost exclusively written by her, so they really understand the tone of the world. And most of them hold up pretty well. From what I understand, some of them were even rejected scripts for Batman Beyond episodes. All right. End of the Bat. Batman spent decades fighting an endless war on crime. As time wore on, an aging Bruce Wayne relied more and more on technology to win fights. As the Dark Knight, to win fights as the Dark Knight. Okay, that was all one sentence. Then one night, he picked up a gun to stop a crazed criminal. What had Batman become? Ion particles glow blue as Batman's gauntlet energizes for a strike. This was a flashback from the comic adaptation of Rebirth. That's like even before you know the black and red suit. I wish that there was anything that indicated when it took place, because I would love to have it slotted in on the timeline, but I just do not know. Fist of Fury. Batman began to slow down as he got older. To keep up with the younger criminals, the Dark Knight built new weapons to give him an added advantage over his adversaries. So it seems as though this is, you know, supposed to be while he's older, I guess, but how much older, I don't know, and I never will, probably. The Dark Knight eventually built an entire supercharged bat suit. His new armor was darker and more frightening than the old costume. In his search for kidnapped debutante Bunny Vreeland, the suit increased his strength and agility to new levels. Batman's supercharged gauntlet and experimental exoskeleton helped him pack an even bigger punch than before. Terrified thugs now faced a real super bat. Let me zoom this in just a little bit. It's a little hard to read. Safeway sucks ass, and I'm a quit real. Do it. From what? So I don't know. I don't know how soon you're planning to quit, and I don't know if this has been passed quite yet. But from what I understand, Joe Biden's trying to make it so that if you quit your job right now, and cite COVID concerns as part of it, that you'll still get unemployment benefits. So that's something for you to look into if that's what you're gonna do, Rob. See, I sent you a Discord friend request. Okay, tight. I'll have to check that later. Who is your favorite character from American Dad? I do not watch that much American Dad. I do not have you know what? My favorite character from American Dad is Jim James from the episode where they had My Morning Jacket on. Just because My Morning Jacket is a very good band. Let's see. My brother was huge into them when we were growing up, and he listens to them more than I do now. But there are a couple songs that stuck with me, and having seen them on American Dad was a lot of fun. Shot down, Bruce Wayne's parents were murdered by a gunman many years ago. As Batman, Bruce vowed never ever to use a firearm, even to save his own life. Unfortunately, it was a promise he was destined to break. Bruce was so ashamed of himself for brandishing a gun that he sealed up Batman's costume in a display case. The Dark Knight was officially retired. Never again, he vowed. Never again. Shut in. Bruce left the Batcave and retreated to his home in Wayne Manor above. There, he lived alone with his loyal dog Ace. His friend and valet, Alfred Pennyworth, had died many years before. From now on, Gotham City would be without its guardian Dark Knight. So, I guess that means that that Alfred died, was dead at least by 2017. But there's no telling anything further than that. Oh, here we go. Here's a continuity error. Bat data. Bruce Wayne was only 10 years old when his parents were killed by a mugger. He was 8. When he retired, Batman no longer had any loyal partners to help him fight crime. Well, you know, we are, like I said, we're putting evidence on the timeline regardless of whether it agrees with what we found or not. Right? Like our final conclusions. So that's got to go on. Save as. Let me save it in my books folder. New folder for DK guide. Bruce was 10. And save. So now we got to go over to the timeline and go all the way over here. Let me zoom out a little bit. Oh, I never put a date over when Barbara Gordon is born. That's fine. I'm sure it was after Bruce was 10 years old. Let's zoom out a little bit more just so I can get all of the Bruce Wayne age stuff moved at once. Select mode. Move these. Click all of these bad boys. Or bad girls. I don't know. I don't know what gender these bubbles are. They can be whatever they want. You know, I don't have to just automatically assume inanimate objects are male gendered. We're progressive here. There we go. Move that over there, and now we got space for a new bubble. Once it decides to catch up with me. Okay, there we are. Now let's zoom back in. All right, and like I said, you know, I know that he's 8 when his parents die, but we don't have that. We don't have that information for the timeline yet. So, I'm going to say that this is 10 years after Bruce is born, which currently we have sometime between 1957 and 1967. So, this is going to be between 1967 and 1977. Why is it not letting me make a new bubble? There we go. 1967 to 1977. And you know, at the end of the day, the actual date might actually fall between those, because that's such a wide gap for Bruce's birth date anyway. I know we kind of narrowed it down to at least a 3-year span on the Watchtower Database video before, but we haven't gone back through that one yet, because we're just going one thing at a time. And right now, that thing is Batman Beyond. The Wayne murders occur. And while we're doing this, not everything is gonna look as nice and neat as the entire timeline while I'm streaming. Typically, I go back in and I fix things up after the fact. And then we drop the link in Discord after I do that. It's the same link every time, but I just assume that you know, nobody's really bookmarking it or anything. So if I just drop it in Discord after we clean it up, then people are seeing the most recent, most cleanest version of everything each time. Just because, like, my computer is really difficult at doing multiple things at once, because it's not a computer, it's a tablet. And so if I if I'm cleaning it up while I cannot speak. My tongue is all in the way. If I'm cleaning it up while we're live, it makes it a bit more difficult of a process. So this is Batman Beyond the Animated Series Guide, page 7. Alright, can y'all hear me? I bumped the wire again, and I decided that this time I would just move the wire completely out of the way of my keyboard so I would stop bumping it. So hopefully you guys can still hear me. But it sounds like the background music went out again. So I just rewound it. And we said that's page 7? You're applying for Trader Joe's? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. They're actually doing precautions. That's good. My my brother's working at a restaurant down in Florida right now, and there's like employees who have tested positive for COVID that they're still putting out on the restaurant floor, and it's just a shit show. So, like, me personally, I do not want to go back out into the real world to get a job until this is all done and over with. You can't. Sissy's telling me it's staticky. Hold on. Is that better? Is this better? Am I less static? Less static, more gear? Yes, no? Let me know. It's not better? No? Fuck. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second. How about this? Does this sound a little bit better now? I'm on a little bit of a lag, so it's difficult to try to get this figured out correctly. Yeah, I know it's on a lag. I've had like 12 frame drops, so it's Just let me know if anything's better, 'cause I don't know if it's any good. I need to get a better USB splitter. No, it's still not. Oh my god. Hold on. I don't know what to do in this situation. Let me unplug this. How are we now? If it's not better this time, I think what I'm going to do is shut down stream and open stream back up, but I do not know. And like I said, there's a bit of a delay because when I was loading in the timeline, there were some frame drops.
It's the same.
Still saying fuck. I don't know what to do here. You all give me just a sec. Let me see if I can find a different USB splitter. If not, I might have to shut down stream and restart. But give me a sec, and I'll see what I can do. I just realized. God damn it! I just realized I was talking without having turned the mic back on. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, so what I was saying. Yeah, I know you can't hear me. Guess what? What I was saying is I found a different USB splitter, but it doesn't like my computer.
A little staticky, but it's a little staticky.
Okay. Well, what I was saying that's better. Okay. Yeah, what I was saying is I found a different USB splitter, but that didn't work. So I found a different cord, and I'm hoping that works better. But if it does not work better, then I can always shut the stream back down and try to start it back up. That would also help on some of the lag issues. So y'all let me know how you're feeling about that. I'm hearing that it's better, and I'm hearing that it's still static. So which is it? Is it better or is it still static?
Still static.
Like, oh, like there's white noise in the background?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not static, that's white noise, but yeah. Tell you what, I will end stream. It only started after you moved your mic. Okay, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll end stream, and I'll get the situation on my computer cleaned up really quick. I also have a lav mic I might be able to use. That might be a better idea. But I don't think I can change. I don't think I can change mic inputs while stream is up. So if I gotta do that, then I can do that, and I can just tape it on the inside of my shirt or something and deal with that. But I'm gonna end stream for a sec, and I'll pop it back up. Oh, gotcha. I see what you're saying. All right. Well, let me. Since we're on lag, I'm gonna put it on the thank you screen. Once I see the thank you screen come up on my phone, I'll cut the stream, and you guys just hang tight for maybe 2-3 minutes, and I'll try to clean up my situation here, and restart the stream. Hey, is anyone, are y'all still here? Anyone refreshed? Anyone back in? I need to know if this is working or not. It says I'm live on my phone. Is it, do things sound better? Because if they end up not sounding better, my lav mic wasn't. We hear you. It's still there, but it's all good. God damn it, man. I tried to plug in my lav mic, and the program is not recognizing my lav mic. So I legitimately do not know what to do. Like I cleaned up a lot of wires that were on my desk. I've done that. Yes, I don't think it's necessarily the USB ports. I'm not sure exactly what it is. But I was having issues with the splitter earlier in regards to my mouse. So I just, if it's a big, like, is it a big issue or because I really don't want to keep going with something that's not going to be a fun time for anyone. I want us all to be hanging out and having fun and enjoying this.
You are a gamer who customizes.
as of right now, my phone is telling me that there's 0 people here. And so is the streaming thing. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know how things sound. I don't know what's happening. I just want to make it through this book. It's not even a big book. Most of it is pictures. What if I just keep myself looped? Just hear myself on the phone and then you guys hear me hearing myself on the phone. Oh god, yeah, no, that's a lot of room noise. I wonder, what if I turn off that? Will that help? No, that didn't help at all. I turned off my heater to see if that would help the situation. Ugh. Hold on. Can I switch mics while I'm... Because here, if it's not picking up my lav mic, but it was definitely picking up my laptop mic, and I don't know if that'll sound any better. Hold on. Let me switch to the laptop mic. Okay, I switched to the laptop mic. Does this sound better or worse? It's still there, so hold on. What if I take the USB splitter out of the equation altogether, then I can't use my mouse, and the mouse on my keyboard is kind of ganked, but I can see what I can do. Hold on. Oh yeah, I just took that mouse out of commission. Switch back to...
It's still there.
Okay. Does this sound better? Okay, awesome. That was the problem. God damn it. I wish I had thought of that in the first place. Oh my god. Ah. Hey, everybody. Hey. So what happened was when I knocked the thing, it just automatically switched microphones to my laptop microphone. There it goes. Yeah, hold on. Let me turn that sound down a little bit. Microphone sound down to there. How's that? Does that sound better? And now, is it recognize? And it's still recognizing my mouse. All right, we are back in business, and we're not lagging as much anymore. Oi. Do I sound better now that I turned the mic volume down? I'm hoping so. I as part of all of that, I exited out of the background music thing just to like have less stress on the stream itself. So I don't know if that's gonna turn any of y'all off from this, but you know, deal with it. I sound a bit too quiet. Okay, let me drag it back up just a tiny bit. Let's level. All right, how about here? Are we good here, or is this too loud? Rob, you know, it's hard to figure out these technical issues on the fly. It's nothing about being a dumbass. Y'all didn't tell me that might be the situation. Okay, that's good. Awesome. All right, sweet. Oh, where were we? Where were we before we went into to all of that? Hold on. Let me Let me put a notice out. If you dropped out due to the technical issues, they're fixed now. Come back through at everyone. All right, let me do that there, and then let me do a quick retweet again. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Had some technical issues, but we're back. Swing on through. And twitch.tv/DCAU Watchtower. Boom. All right. Hopefully people start coming back through, but even if they don't, we got y'all here. We got the 8 of us. I assume that I'm one of the 8 just because I've got Twitch up and running on my phone for chat purposes. I don't have chops to bust. You see any chops here? No chops. That's a clean shave, Robert. And Invoker is back. Hell yeah. Welcome back to the party. All right. We figured out that the situation was that whenever I had bumped the cord, it just started recognizing the laptop microphone rather than the actual microphone that I'm using. Zeta Project video anytime soon. We have some plans for Zeta Project videos, but it's tied up in our storyline, so we'll get there. Now, where were we? We had the Wayne murders was a thing that happened. So we were hearing this Bat data. When he retired, Batman no longer had any loyal partners to help him fight crime. That's gotta be a bummer. Alright, a new Dark Knight. 20 years after Bruce's retirement, events would unfold to create a new Batman. Terry McGinnis was in the right place at the right time to defend Bruce from a gang of jokers. The incident made a lasting impression on both. Like Bruce Wayne, Terry McGinnis would tragically lose his father, and like Bruce, Terry would seek justice as Batman. Before his father died, Terry McGinnis only cared about having fun. Although he was basically a good kid, Terry's quick temper often got him into fights. Sadly, he argued with his dad on the last night Warren McGinnis was alive. Warren McGinnis worked in the research division of the Wayne Powers Corporation. When Warren's friend Harry uncovered the illegal production of nerve gas at the company, he gave Warren a computer disk detailing every sinister secret. Payback. Terry blamed himself for leaving his father at home defenseless, but he didn't have much time to mourn. Terry discovered the computer disk and the secrets Warren McGinnis died to protect. Terry knew that wealthy Derek Powers could bribe the authorities to prevent an inquiry. The young man needed an ally, someone above the law. But would Bruce Wayne be willing to help Terry bring Powers to justice? Hear me out. Data James travels back in time and steals Baby James. We've got some very specific plans for Data James. I don't know if Baby James would be part of that at all, but we got some very specific plans for that character. He won't necessarily exist in the same way that he does right now anytime soon, and he doesn't have the ability to time travel as it is. I know the laptop showed up as a time travel mechanism, but that's going to be explained in the future as well. Right now, I am the only time traveler. A new beginning! Bruce listened patiently to Terry's story. He advised Terry to take the disc to Commissioner Barbara Gordon and let the police handle Powers. However, Terry had a different kind of solution in mind. Contrary to Bruce's wishes, Terry took the Batsuit and went after Derek Powers himself. After 2 decades, Batman struck again. The Tomorrow Knights swooped into a Wayne Powers warehouse and shut down its dangerous nerve gas production line. So, like, we keep getting the mentions of the 20-year stuff, and, like, I feel that technically, to be thorough, I should be dragging that stuff over there, but, like, that's also stuff that's mentioned on screen. So I feel like it's not necessary to move it over there. Because, like, you know, this guidebook is literally just giving us what we've seen on screen, as far as that goes. But that's just me. If you guys think I should do it, then I'll do it. But I ain't doing it yet. Job opportunity. There you go. Rob, get you that job. Bruce Wayne was impressed by Terry's skills in the Batsuit. Terry's mother thought Wayne was offering her son a job. If she only knew the truth about his new after-school career, ... With Bruce's approval, Terry became the new Batman. Soon, the Batcave would be fully operational again, and a new war on crime would begin. So what's the deal with Data James? You gotta wait. I'm not spoiling it. Does everyone who watches a Watchtower Database video become... Wait, does everyone who watches a Watchtower Database video become canon to the lore? Is that... I don't think so. I don't think that's how that works. You don't become canon to to Batman Beyond just because you watched Batman Beyond. Bat-Dater. Bat-Dater. Where did the ER come from there? Yes, I'll take the job employed by a billionaire where I get to wear a high-tech crime-fighting suit to take out evil and also money. All right, you're taking out money? Bat-Data. Powers' henchman, Mr. Fix, murdered Terry's father. Mr. Fix died battling the new Batman. Oh, so question for you guys, since we're still on the Batman Beyond stuff right now, do you think it would be useful to have the Earth 12 stuff listed on this timeline? Because the way that I'm thinking about it right now is I'm wanting to put, like, literally everything DCAU, right? Whether it's canon or not. And I would like to technically have, like, branching split timelines and stuff like that. So, like, you know, how like, BTAC doesn't really gel with like, Batman Adventures Volume 2. I still want both of them to be on there, just, like, kind of split off into separate lines, as well as, like, how Adventures in the DC Universe doesn't really gel with Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, and stuff like that. So, like, on that premise alone, I feel like I should include the Earth 12 stuff, but I don't know, like, I don't know what the general consensus is, since, you know, like, the start of it is definitely not DCAU, but then all of a sudden it does kind of become DCAU-ish. Because if we think that's a worthwhile thing to do, then we might stay in Batman Beyond territory a little bit longer. In the WDB lore, is James aware of Data James, or is anyone aware of him? So, like, I'm aware of Data James, right? I've interacted with Data James a couple of times. But so far, James is kind of on the cusp of figuring out about Data James, right? Like the last time... The last time I think we see either of them in the present day, like, Data James is doing all of the error messaging from inside the computer, and James himself is seeing the error messages outside of the computer, but has not seen Data James as of yet. If you watch the like, story so far video that we did, you can kind of see how that all plays out simultaneously. Okay. The new Batsuit. Bruce Wayne built the new Batsuit nearly 20 years ago. I feel like that should be over 20 years ago, seeing as, he built it before he retired, and he retired 20 years ago. But Bruce Wayne built the new Batsuit nearly 20 years ago. It was high-tech then and remains cutting edge in the year 2038. Just look at all the weapons packed inside this sleek costume. The Batsuit is linked to Terry's nervous system and increases his strength by 10. Synaptic controls allow Batman to operate many of the Batsuit's functions by thought alone. The Batsuit's retractable wings enable Batman to glide silently and unnoticed through Gotham City at night, just like a bat. Should I take this to mean he built the suit in 2019? Like maybe early 2019 and Batman Beyond's picking up in like late 2019? No, because then that would have been over 20 years ago as well. Maybe like he built it shortly before retiring? I don't know. I don't know. I'll leave that be for now. Can you believe who wrote this book? I think it was it Terry Beatty or Scott Beatty? Okay, yeah, Scott Beatty. Scott Beatty. Now back to where I was. Let's see. The Batsuit's retractable wings enable Batman to glide silently and unnoticed through Gotham City at night, just like a bat. Can you believe that Batman hears with his fingers? Audio receivers and the gloves of the Batsuit allow the Tomorrow Night to pick up distant sounds or eavesdrop on faraway conversations. Was Scott a writer on the show too? I don't think so. I think he did write some of the tie-in comics. His name's familiar. Let's Google him real quick. See what his credits were. Because I'm pretty sure that he had some kind of tie to Batman Beyond, but I'm not. Let's see. So he wrote a couple comics for DC, but it doesn't look like any of them were Batman Beyond, unless this is an incomplete. And then he wrote some of the Ultimate Guides for DC. So yeah, it doesn't look like he had any tie to the show itself. Or the tie-in comics. Thief Trap! Bruce Wayne cleverly booby-trapped the Batsuit so that no one could steal it. If the wrong person dons the costume, Bruce can paralyze the wearer instantly by remote control. Bat Data! Audio implants in the cowl keep Batman in constant radio contact with Bruce Wayne. The Batsuit is bulletproof and resistant to heat and cold, but not radiation. Invisible Touch. By pressing a button on the buckle of his control belt, Batman can become virtually invisible. The Batsuit will blend into any background and is perfectly camouflaged. Have we seen like any artwork from the show yet in this? Has it all been the comics? Bat Vision. Infrared optical sensors and Batman's cowl help him to view distant objects clearly in the dark. Video links to the Batcave allow Bruce Wayne to see whatever Terry McGinnis sees, giving the young man an added advantage in fight situations. This Batman can fly with boot jets, propelling him at high velocities. Rocket thrusters built into the boots allow Batman to blast off and out of danger with his magnetic soles. Batman can cling to... that's a different sentence. With his magnetic soles, Batman can cling to metal ceilings or even walk up walls. Terry has spent many hours examining the circuitry inside the Batsuit. He carries a set of special tools so that he can repair any damage or malfunctions right on the spot. Bat Gadgets. In addition to his battling bat suit, the Tomorrow Knight has a flying Batmobile that he drives both down and above the mean streets of Gotham City. He also has a new generation of cool gadgets tucked into his utility belt to help him win the war on crime. Rocket Wing, a nifty new vehicle in Batman's arsenal. The Rocket Wing is a jet-propelled skateboard. It is easily maneuverable between the skyscrapers of Gotham's concrete canyons. I don't think I remember, like, did he ever use that? Is that a thing he used? I do not remember a rocket wing. Like, maybe it came from the comics, but, like, that's like promotional art that was made for the show itself. So, man, I don't know. Batman tracks crooks with a rocket-fired homing device launched from his glove. The device is magnetized in order to stick to fleeing getaway cars. It's planned, but they definitely did not use it. Collapsible batarangs are concealed inside Batman's gauntlets. With a flick of his wrist, Batman can shoot these like lasers and shock his foes silly. For close-up video surveillance, Batman sometimes takes a sneak peek with night vision bat binoculars. And then we get the Batmobile here. The Batmobile has always been Batman's preferred mode of transportation. The Tomorrow Knight's vehicle is a fast-flying car with all sorts of offensive and defensive devices, but no steering wheel. And then it just kind of tells you different things about the Batmobile. I ain't too worried about that. We're looking for timeline stuff. Bolanet. By twirling and hurling the trio of weighted spheres, the Tomorrow Knight can ensnare any enemy in his bat net and other weapons. Excuse me. Batman also carries magnetic nunchaku to bash bad guys. Dark Knight shields repel bullets or blasters. Smoke bombs make villains cough up confessions. Plus, a Dark Knight staff blocks blows from swords or clubs. None of that sounds like stuff I remember from the show. Oh, why did the pages get smaller there? That's weird. All of Terry's Bat gadgets are built and maintained by Bruce Wayne. Bat gadgets like the Batarang and Bat Bolas are based on an ancient traditional weapons. Why did that page get small? The Batcave. When Bruce Wayne retired from fighting crime, the Batcave was mothballed for 20 years, but it didn't take long to put the high-tech headquarters back into action. The Batcave is Batman's base of operations. Here, Bruce Wayne serves as the Tomorrow Knight's guide and mentor, using all the sophisticated equipment at his disposal. It is a shame that it doesn't have 2 seats. Yeah. My guess is it was planned to replace the Batmobile. Maybe, but I don't know. Ancient equals a few decades ago, apparently. Right? I mean, let me tell you. Have y'all heard about that ancient band Nirvana? Anybody know about them? They're ancient. From the central computer terminal, Bruce monitors Terry's actions and guides the new Batman through a maze of secret tunnels built by the Wayne Corp. These passages give Terry fast access to any point in Gotham. The Batcave contains the most sophisticated computer system ever built. The Bat computer stores case files on all of Batman's enemies, past, present, and future. Bat time. Terry first discovered Batman's underground headquarters after saving Bruce from the Jokers. When an exhausted Bruce fell asleep in his study, Terry heard a strange noise nearby. It was a bat trapped inside a grandfather clock. The Batcave is located in a system of caverns directly beneath Wayne Manor. The Batcave contains trophies taken from villains during Bruce's many years as Batman. Batman the Animated Series is an ancient show. What are you talking about? It's ancient history. We're in the DCAU lore right now. It's not a show, it's history. When Terry freed the winged creature, he accidentally opened the hidden entrance to the Batcave. That's where the bat had come from. Now Terry understood how Bruce could fight so well. Bruce was really Batman! Did you guys know that? You guys should do commentary on the WDB lore videos. Yeah, that could be fun. That would probably be something to do after it's all wrapped up. At least this story arc. kind of go back and pick it apart, because there's a lot of stuff that we put in there that are like fun Easter eggs and references to pop culture that we like. I know for sure that a couple things I did were like supposed to be directly like ripped out of the Evil Dead movies, for instance. So that could be a fun thing to do. Next, you'll tell me Clark Kent is Robin. Oh, no spoilers. Jesus. How much lore is going to be in the Poison Ivy video? It's a lore video. I don't know how to tell you how much lore is going to be in it, but it's going to be a part of the story. The Bat computer allows Bruce and Terry to examine critical clues from fingerprints to tissue samples. The Bat Cave holds all the equipment that Tomorrow Night needs to identify and collect incriminating evidence. Bruce over here just mashing on that keyboard, just straight up just palming that thing, just ugh. The Bat family. Inside the Batcave are all the costumes worn by the Dark Knight and his closest allies. On display are Batman's original Batsuit and the uniforms long ago belonging to Robin, Batgirl, and Nightwing. I like that. It's all of the costumes. All of the costumes from this Robin suit here. That's the Dick Grayson and Tim Drake suit. This Batman suit here. That's all of the Batman suits. It just looks like that. The Jason Todd suit don't exist because Jason Todd's not canon. Let's see. In the Batcave's medical bay, Terry learned the truth. Years ago, Bruce's former partner, Tim Drake, was caught and brainwashed by the clown Prince of Crime. The Batcave had been wrecked by the man who was once Robin, the Boy Wonder. Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne may be old, but he hasn't given up on crime fighting just yet. Bruce uses his many years' experience of caped crusading to guide Terry McGinnis as the new Batman. And although Bruce sticks close to the security of the Batcave, he'll don the old Batsuit whenever two Batman are better than one. Ace is Bruce Wayne's loyal hound. He guards the estate grounds of Wayne Manor with a fierce bark and a ferocious bite. Last heir. Bruce is the sole heir to the great Wayne family fortune. He never married and has no known heirs or beneficiaries apart from a few retired sidekicks. You hear that? No Damian Wayne. It doesn't exist. He's making sure we forget about old juices. I don't know how I'm making sure that you're forgetting about that. It just wasn't relevant to the conversation. I mean, I know you keep bringing it up. And I get that it's funny, but there's something called running a joke into the ground. You gotta. The best way to make sure that joke remains funny is to use it when it's relevant, rather than just throwing it out all the time. Bruce Wayne may be old. He might be. Who's to say? That's about it. That's just sad. No family. Darkness, no parents. Let's see. Bruce Wayne has been battling injustice for decades. But don't let the cane fool you. Although he's aged and a little arthritic, Bruce can still deliver big blows to bad guys. See, that's where you make the old juices joke. Is when Bruce Wayne's delivering the big blows. That's where it comes in. That's where he gets the old juices going. Big blows to bad guys. Bruce met young Terry McGinnis when the teenager helped him to fight off a gang of marauding jokers. However, Ace wasn't sure at the time if Terry was a friend or foe. Shut up, Mattie. Do you not want to hear about Bruce Wayne, who may be old, delivering big blows to bad guys? Come on, Rob. Bruce's cane must be made out of metal. It's nth metal. Is Connor Kent in the DCAU? So there's definitely some Connor Kent stuff that's like DCAU adjacent. He shows up a couple times in the Adventures in the DC Universe book, and there is a Connor Kent DCAU model sheet that went along with the DC superhero stuff that was merchandising that was based off of the DCAU, right? Like what they use for like the Kraft macaroni and cheese and like Happy Meal toys and stuff like that. And there's a style guide that definitely has a model sheet in there for him. And I want to get a hold of that, but the only place I've ever seen it was off of like some weird Brazilian website that I didn't know if I could trust it because I could not read it, and I did not want to accidentally blow money on nothing and give someone my credit card information if they would potentially use it for harm. I don't want to hear about maybe old Bruce Wayne delivering big blows and getting the old juices. I thought that's what you were here for, Robert. During his years as Batman, Bruce mastered many fields of science, particularly chemistry. He can still whip up an antitoxin to the Joker laughing gas in no time at all. You see this? You see this? Bruce over here looking down longingly at Tim Drake. Forget about Bruce X Barbara. Who do you think the bad guy was that he was delivering big blows to? It was the Joker. And who's the Joker when Bruce Wayne is old? It's Tim Drake. They love each other. They're going to kiss. Bruce's last sidekick as Batman was teenager Tim Drake. Tim inherited the role of Robin from Dick Grayson, who became Nightwing as an adult. The former partners eventually reunited when Bruce and Terry saved Tim from the Joker's mind control. Shut the fuck up. Bat versus Bat. Bruce became the Dark Knight again when the villain Spellbinder used televised subliminal messages to make Terry run rampant. The classic Caped Crusader was able to show the Tomorrow Knight a few new tricks. There he is, old man Bruce Wayne busting out the TNBA suit. I thought this book was made only after season 1. How is it? No. So Batman Beyond Files was made after season 1. This book was made in 2004 after the show was over. The issue was that WB wasn't really giving them assets from the show itself. So a lot of stuff in this book is specifically ripped from the comics. Let's see. Years ago, Bruce Wayne's company was taken over by Derek Powers. Wayne Enterprises was renamed the Wayne Powers Corporation. Now that Powers is the radioactive menace known as Blight, his scheming son, Paxton Powers Polluter, has become chief executive officer of this corporate conglomerate. Bat Data. Bruce Wayne and Barbara Gordon were once romantically linked. I love that they have like all this stuff about Tim Drake in here. And then they're just like, oh yeah, no. What do you need to know about Barbara? That's all. That's it. So is that Batman vs. Batman comic canon? I don't know any reason why it wouldn't be. Other than like if you are one of the types of people who's just like the comics aren't canon at all. Terry's family. Bruce Wayne had it easier. He never had to juggle home life with the demands of being a superhero. You hear that? It's easier to not have family. It's easier to watch your parents die in front of your face and live with that trauma for years on end, becoming a vigilante to try to stop crime all by yourself. That's easy. That's the easy route. Forget having a loving family, dude. Just murder them so you can have it easy. Bruce Wayne had it easier. He never had to juggle home life with the demands of being a superhero. But Terry McGinnis has a family to worry about. And now that he's man of the McGinnis house, it's getting harder and harder for Terry to conceal the fact that he's secretly Batman. You know what? Let's take that and let's put that on the Watchtower Database Twitter. Right? Save that as it's easy to have no family. I don't know if I'm actually logged in over here or not. Let me pull that to the side. Damn, they straight up ruled out the possibility of a retconned in sidekick post Tim Drake. You can't let me dream about Castor Stevens being in the Bat Clan in some way, can you? Actually, have you ever seen the No Man's Land animated comic that they did? It's like a 4 or 5 page story in like No Man's Land, Secret Files, and Origin. But we do have I believe it's Cass, an animated version of her in that. But the thing is, like, it's framed as the story that they're telling is part of a TV show that exists within the DC animated universe, like a Batman TV show that exists. So it's just like, it's not necessarily canon, but they had to base that suit off of something. Hold on, I'll pull it up real quick. Let me just drop this on Twitter. Did you know that it's easier to watch your parents get murdered right in front of your face and live with that trauma for decades than it is to grow up in a loving, supportive home? Kuro is so cool. I love his art. That's the Think Tank guy, right? I saw him on the timeline whenever I pulled it up. Have you seen? No, I haven't seen Primal yet. But thanks for reminding me. I do need to add that to my list. I've been trying to watch through my the stuff I've had on my list for forever. Before adding new stuff, but like we've gotten through so much stuff during quarantine that I feel like it's okay to add a couple new shows to the list. Okay, hold on. Let me pull up my drive and let me pull it over here real quick. But he's rich, so his trauma doesn't matter, right? That's totally how it works. Oy. Oh. I feel like Twitter is gonna suspend the WDB account after you posted that tweet. Nah, we're good. We're good. If any WDB adjacent accounts were to get suspended from Twitter, it would be my personal account first. Oh, where was it? Where is? Here's our comic library. It's going to be one of these one-shots. One-shot Adventures with the DC Superheroes. No. One-shot No Man's Land. There it is, 1999. Primal's pretty great from what I've seen of it. Okay. Yeah, I definitely, I'm definitely interested in it. Okay, she's not on that page. She is on this page. And this was drawn up by Craig Rousseau, who was doing at the same time was doing the Batman Beyond comics. But yeah, here she is in all of her glory. And then you find out in these last two panels that it's a TV show within the animated universe. But she exists. She's here. And I think she's also in the No Man's Land gallery artwork that James has thrown in a couple videos. Yeah, here you go. Here she is with Azrael and Huntress and the weird green leggings Tim Drake. But yeah, so that's that. God, did I upset anybody with that Twitter post yet? Let me pop that back on real quick. I just want to see what the reaction is. As long as they never talk in support of Trump, they should be fine. No, I mean, people talk in support of Trump on Twitter all the time without getting banned. It's much more than that. That's gonna get you kicked. I'll tell you that right now. All right, what are the comments? We got 2 comments on this so far. Have you got to the Etrigan stuff yet? If they're gonna come back in, not yet. All right. Now, where were we? Let's see. Bruce Wayne had it easier, blah, blah, blah. Terry McGinnis! Terry wishes he had spent more quality time with his father instead of constantly bickering. He also wishes he could have prevented his father's murder. As Batman, Terry hopes to honor Warren McGinnis' memory by defending the helpless. Mary McGinnis. Following her husband's death, they weren't married at the time. She wasn't his wife anymore. He wasn't her husband. They were divorced. Following her husband's death, Terry's... Wait a second. I just realized that, she kept his name after the divorce. What's going on there? You're like an old man that stops after every story. Hey, that's how the live stream works, baby. That's how it go. Following her husband's death, Terry's widowed mother now works full-time to provide for her 2 sons. Mary McGinnis is grateful to Terry for helping out with his after-school job assisting Bruce Wayne. Terry's 8-year-old brother Matt loves video games and idolizes Batman. Often the McGinnis boys tease and torment each other. Little does Matt know that his older brother and his hero are one and the same. So I do have a couple things on the timeline already indicating that Matt is an 8-year-old, but since it's not something that came up in the show, I do feel like it's something that the more corroborating stuff that we have for it, the more concrete it does become. So I am... You know what's wild to me? This means that Matt McGinnis and Cairo are the same age, right? Cairo's a couple years younger, actually, right? Because if Matt is 8 years old at the start of Batman Beyond, then he ages a couple years throughout it. But Cairo shows up at the end and is... Paul Dini said he was 8. So if he shows up at the end and is 8, then he was born after Matt McGinnis. God, how old was Cairo when he was inducted into the Justice League? They were a broken family, and then they got more broke. Oh, no. And what is this? Page 18? Batman Beyond, the animated series guide, page 18. And I'll just drag that down underneath that for now. Oh, well, instead of dragging underneath, it just dragged the whole thing up. Let's try that again. Scoot on down. There we go. 574. What are these numbers? What are these numbers? It was page 18. Is that what y'all are talking about? What are the numbers you guys are dropping? I'm very confused. Family Day. No matter how busy they are, the McGinnises always find time for Family Day fun. Once each month, Mary, Terry, and Matt spend the entire day together, even when Batman has better things to do. Bat data. Mary once dated a splicer, someone who splices animal genes into his DNA, until Batman revealed the man's true intentions. Matt McGinnis dreams of becoming the Tomorrow Night's junior partner. Mary and Matt know that Terry can be a little weird sometimes, but they just chalk it up to teenage growing pains. For their own safety, Terry makes sure that neither mother nor brother finds out that they're related to the Tomorrow Night. Wayne's World. Yeah, that I forgot that was a thing. Did y'all know Matt McGinnis was Batman before he was ever Robin? Oh, the age. Got it. Okay, I see what you're saying. How many bitches does Terry have? 29. I like how Cass is real in the Justice Lord's timeline, but a character on TV in the mainline universe. How the hell did Lex's death bring Cass to life? You know, was that ever... I don't think that was ever confirmed to actually be Cass in the Justice Lord's timeline. I think Bruce Timm has actually, like, specifically said that it's not. Or not the Justice Lord's timeline. I'm thinking the Vandal Savage timeline. I don't know if that's what you're thinking about. I'm not sure specifically what you could be talking about in reference to the Justice Lords. He was in the Justice League when he was one. That's probably true. I'm gonna have to calculate this bat data on my bat calculator I brought from the bat store with my bat cash. Matt McGinnis is Batman? Well, only in Terry's imagination. Once Bruce Wayne used hypnosis to implant false memories in Terry's subconscious to fool Spellbinder. The evil trickster had disguised himself as a school psychologist in an attempt to uncover the Dark Knight's identity. Terry's secret alter ego was preserved because Spellbinder was fooled into believing somebody else was Batman. Friends and allies! In the old days, the Dark Knight had a whole host of loyal partners to aid him in his war on crime. The Tomorrow Knight doesn't have a sidekick. Yet. But Terry McGinnis does have a few close friends and allies who often lend the new Batman a helping hand. While trailing Blight, Batman met a group of orphans living in the maze-like sewer system beneath Gotham. Terry befriended their leader and protector, Akira. Whenever he can, Batman brings the underground kids food, presents, and all the comforts of home. Danatan. That's how we pronounce her name now. It's Danatan. No Dana, only Dana. Danatan. Yeah, if are you talking about the if you're talking about the part where it's like the little girl running after Robin, that was Savage Time for sure. Terry's girlfriend Dana is smart and sassy. She also knows that there is more to Terry's after-school job than meets the eye. Although Terry's constant disappearances annoy her, Dana cares for him very much. Eventually, she might just figure out that her beloved boyfriend is Batman. Bum, bum, bum. I guess I should tell that guy that we're on the Etrigan stuff now. Whoops, I meant to say the entertaining stuff. Who am I kidding? I'm sorry for the spoiler. Oh, I know about the Etrigan stuff. Oh, is he spoiled the chat? There we go. And now, to get back off the Twitter, I just wanted to be sure if he was trying to come in and hang out for the Etrigan stuff specifically, that he would know. Let's see. Beloved boyfriend is Batman, blah, blah, blah. For decades, Jason Blood has advised Bruce Wayne on mystical matters, but Jason doesn't appear to age at all. That's because the magician Merlin once cast a spell on Jason. Like Batman, Jason Blood also has an alter ego, but Etrigan is no costume, he's a real demon. Etrigan once served Merlin in King Arthur's court many centuries ago, but continues to battle monsters and magical menaces unleashed in the 21st century. Alright. So I guess this means that we should probably look up King Arthur and Merlin dates, right? Let's go to Google. I don't want to use Bing. When was King Arthur around? King Arthur baking? Why is that the very first thing? God, I used to be so big into like King Arthur stuff. I was like reading like all of the like fiction that was set during that time period and all that kind of stuff, and now I don't remember much of any of it. But like, man, King Arthur and Excalibur and all that kinds of stuff. Two immortals, Etrigan and Superman. I don't know if Superman counts as an immortal, right? Because he does age throughout the DCAU, at least. He just ages slowly. Let's see. According to medieval histories and romances, led the defense of Great Britain against Saxon invaders in the late 5th and early 6th centuries. Mainly composed of folklore. Let's see, historically. Historical basis for King Arthur was long debated by scholars. Dude, when was he around? I don't want to just put late 5th, early 6th century, but if I got to, I got to. The consensus among academic historians today is there is no solid evidence for his historical existence. However, because historical documents for the post-Roman periods are scarce, okay, fine. I'll just put it late 5th, early 6th century. That's what we'll do for the time being. And then I will, I'll clean that up later. Any more timeline videos planned? I mean, I feel like we discussed this a couple times, but like all the timeline videos are wrapped into the storyline. You know, with the exception of like the Minions timeline that we did. Etrigan serves Merlin in King Arthur's court. So I don't have any timeline videos in the works currently, just because that's all, you know, tied up at the time being. But you know, they'll come. They'll have their time. And the new. Do you got a plan for April Fool's video this year? We've had a couple different plans. I'm not sure specifically which one we're gonna stick with. There was one plan of doing like the lost shows of the DCAU, tying things together because of like a real world celebrity appearance. And there was another idea of like doing the lore of someone's fan character that's been bugging us on Twitter about their fan character that's not really a fan character. It's literally just a copy paste of like the story of Epilogue that they just changed out the name on, but like they have like 5 different Twitters for different characters in their lore, and I thought it would be funny to try to like put all of that together into one video and play it straight and act as if this is a person that folks should know about. And I think there were a couple different couple different video ideas other than those two, but I cannot for the life of me remember specifically what they were. But whenever I pitched that second one, James thought it was a really funny idea, and just said to make sure that it's not better than any of the other April Fool's ideas that I've already had. So I've got to go back and like look to make sure that you know, if I had pitched any other ideas, to make sure that there's a consensus on the staff of which video is the best idea of them all. You mean the legendary hero known as Blue Spy? Yes, that's the one. Is Vanishing Point coming back ever? Maybe one day, but not currently. Not so long as I'm living in this apartment where I do not have room for a set. And even then, like, I have to find reason to bring it back, right? The Vanishing Point wasn't necessarily a show that I had pitched to them. It was a show that they said, hey, do you want to be a part of the channel? If so, this is the show we want you to do. I personally am having a lot of fun getting to explore a lot of different aspects of the DCAU outside of timeline stuff. The timeline stuff is a lot of fun. That's why we're here doing it right now. That's why we're you know, digging in and finding all of the stuff that we can to kind of nail this timeline down. But at the end of the day, it's nowhere near the most interesting part of things, right? Like I really enjoy getting to do those deeper, more emotionally connected videos, like the Batman is Compassionate, or the Pride and Prejudice in the DCAU, or the Black Heroes Matter ones. Those are a lot of fun to do, but they're also very, very stressful. Just because, like, I gotta be, you know, I gotta be able to make sure that the words that I'm saying in those are, you know, open without oversharing, and or like that I know what I'm talking about specifically, right? Because like I don't like I do not know the Black experience from a first-hand perspective. I do not know, I guess the gay experience from a first-hand perspective. And so, like, with stuff like that, it's a very emotionally taxing thing to do, but I love doing those videos. I've been loving doing all of the Lost Media videos. That's been a lot of fun to do. Like, I've got so many different ideas than just, like, let me look at this character, okay, and then here are numbers about that character kind of situation. And I know that that's a thing that, like, a lot of people have an attachment to now because of you know, having watched The Vanishing Point for years on end. But for right now, you know, there's no plans. There's no plans for that. And even if we do a Vanishing Point revival, once again, that's something that is tied into the storyline. Who named it The Vanishing Point? I think that was a Ted idea. I think that was he he was aware of the Vanishing Point from the comics and thought that would be a fitting name for the show. Let's see. Jason Blood's young friend Kyle is no ordinary college student. In addition to his regular coursework, Kyle is studying the physics of magic. He invented demonic energy nullifiers and once helped Batman and Etrigan to defeat the diabolical Axolano. Barbara Gordon is the top cop in Gotham, just as her father was before her. As the former Batgirl, Barbara knows firsthand how dangerous costume crime fighting can be. She also knows that Gotham City needs a Batman, whether she likes it or not. There's also a movie called The Vanishing Point. Yeah, I've heard of that. I've never seen it, but I've heard of it. The Gordon family. The Gordons have a long history of aiding Batman. As police commissioner, James Gordon was once Batman's closest friend. Without Gordon knowing, his daughter Barbara was fighting crime as Batgirl. These days, she's the commish. Justice League Unlimited. In the 20th century, Batman belonged to the Justice League of America, a group of the world's greatest superheroes. So it's only fitting that the Tomorrow Night of the 21st century should join a Justice League Unlimited, featuring some familiar faces and some dynamic new defenders. The Watchtower is the JLU's high-tech headquarters. It's based in Metropolis, the great city guarded by Superman. But with teleporting boom tubes, courtesy of Barda, the JLU can tackle any threat on Earth in the blink of an eye. Unlimited backup. Batman isn't a full-time member of Justice League Unlimited. Instead, he prefers to watch over Gotham and aid the JLU only when it needs him. And the team really needs him when it faces such foes as Blacklight. Barda hails from the dark and distant planet Apocalypse, home of the evil Darkseid. She is super strong and wields an energy-blasting Mega Rod. Barda is married to the master escape artist known as Mr. Miracle. Green Lantern, or Cairo, is a monk who meditates when he's not shining his green light on evil hiding places. Green Lantern's power ring transforms his thoughts into green, glowing, solid energy. After Batman and Aquagirl, he's the youngest member of the JLU. Has it ever been called the JLA in the show? No. Not that I recall, at least. They might have mentioned it in like the tie-in comics, but I don't think it was ever referred to as the JLA. I'm wondering, maybe the DCAU wiki would know if it was mentioned in the show. Though I would not be surprised if it was something that happened in the show, if the wiki does not have it, just because of how bare bones they like to be. But typically with how bare bones they are, they do like to at the very least have stuff that is specific from the shows. Yeah, it doesn't look like Justice League of America was a thing, or was a name that was used. I hate that they call him the Tomorrow Night, because why call him that? It was just an idea for the show title. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they just found it to be catchy, and like it's a kid's show, and it gives a kid something to latch on to. Hey, finally, a piece of art from the show. Superman is an old friend of Bruce Wayne. So is Barda. Aquagirl, Green Lantern, and Warhawk are all brand new heroes, like the Tomorrow Night. Like his predecessor, Hawkman. Little do they know. Wait, Justice League was totally airing at this time. Like his predecessor, Hawkman, Warhawk has wings and an anti-gravity belt. Although short-tempered, he is a fierce and formidable fighter. Warhawk and Batman don't always see eye to eye, but they always put aside their differences when it's time. When it's time for teamwork. Light vs. Dark. The alien adversary Blacklight has his own mighty power ring. Was he a former Green Lantern himself? And for what sinister scheme did he force the pacifist Cairo, Earth's latest Green Lantern, into a fight? Green Lantern normally looks for non-violent ways to subdue supervillains, but even he rises to Blacklight's violent taunt and is captured. The Atlantean heroine, Aqua Girl, can swim like a fish and breathe underwater. Her real name is Marina. Gotham of the future. How Gotham has changed in the 21st century. The dirty city is 10 times larger and 100 times more imposing. Buildings loom higher, cars zoom above the roads, robots are commonplace, science fiction has become science fact. In the world of The Tomorrow Night. Megalopolis. Gotham was originally built on industry. Charitable companies like Wayne Enterprises were once the backbone of the city. Now giant corporations are everywhere. Their mile-high buildings eclipse what little sun reaches the streets. Bruce Wayne was forced out of his company in a hostile takeover by the diabolical Derek Powers. However, Bruce made sure he could keep an eye on Powers. The Wayne Powers complex has many secret doors known only to Bruce and Batman. In Gotham, traffic jams are a problem of the past. What are you talking about? There's literally a picture of a traffic jam right here. What are you talking about? With the advent of anti-gravity technology, flying vehicles soar high above the ground. Just watch out for those crazy hover taxi drivers. They're not even soaring. They're on a road. What are you talking about? I checked when the Once Future thing aired. It was January 29th, 2005. Yeah, but Hawk Girl was already a known thing in the DCAU by that point, and I'm pretty sure, like, Hawkman was Carter Hall around before Once and Future thing? I'm blanking on that right now. I know that he had 2 different appearances. Not Dark. Carter Hall. Jesus, why is it? Because it was loading an ad. You're a creator. Did you guys know I'm a creator? Surprise. Bet you would have never guessed. Shadow of the Hawk. Oh my god. Okay, so that one was also in 2005. So they wouldn't have known anything about Hawkman yet. But they knew about Hawk Girl. Starcrossed would have aired, which would suggest that other Thanagarians were not friendly to the Earth. Right? So I don't know why they would have been like, yeah, he's a Hawkman guy. I guess maybe because, like, I'm sure when Batman Beyond first came out, there was probably some press material that like tied him to Hawkman. Oh, come on, Danny. You know that didn't happen. Elevated roadways and high-velocity commuter trains link Gotham's mile-high skyscrapers. Oh, here you go. In the future, you don't have to exercise to stay fit. For an extreme makeover, some citizens inject themselves with nanites. The microscopic robots work beneath the skin to make biological adjustments, but sometimes the nanobots still develop a life of their own. When that happens, their human hosts act like runaway robots. For young Gothamites, the latest craze is to splice animal genes into their own DNA. You could be an alligator man or a real foxy lady. I will one day become the foxy grandpa I have always been born to be. Splicing was made possible by Dr. Abel Cuvier, who once spliced himself with the genes of a tiger, a hawk, and a snake while fighting tooth and claw with Batman. Ooh, how did I get time travel powers? I gotta be honest, I don't know. We just know that I have them. Will it ever come up? Who's to say? I do not remember. I feel like this is something that James and I have discussed before, and I do not remember if we came to a conclusion as to why I have them. Just that I do. I have a little bit of Dr. Pepper left. I have no Dr. Pepper left. Fuck exercise, just do drugs. Yes, absolutely. That's the way that How do you think I lost that 40 pounds? Getting close to like 50 now, probably. It's been just a ton of drugs. Just so much drugs. Spoiler, Jon Stewart lost his Green Lantern ring and used splicing to become Hawk. That could be interesting, actually. That could be interesting. I actually really like that idea. Hold on. I'm gonna shoot James and Ted a message and drop that idea on them and see how they like it. And I'll credit you in the message as well. Wait, I don't want to move Messenger back to that window quite yet, just because I don't know if it's gonna show up on my family chat. Okay. Oh shoot! I didn't see that earlier. I need to respond to something real quick. Let's see. Got to the Warhawk section of the BB guide book, and it mentioned Hawkman, one Kickman from the Twitch chat suggested Jon Stewart went in for splicing to become Hawkman. Put it in the Legacies doc. I doubt they'll do it, but I sent the message. It's here. Here it is. Yeah, I'll definitely double your username. Especially if they decide that they like the idea. But I just don't want to stick on Messenger for too long right now, especially when like we're only about halfway through this book. So let's go! Bat data. In the future, cash money has been replaced by credit discs. Giant construction robots helped to build Gotham's mile-high buildings. The Jokers! Hey, there's another screenshot from the show / movie. There's no doubt that the Joker was the worst foe Batman ever faced. Happily, the Joker's long gone. Unfortunately, he had the last laugh. Now, giggling gang members wear rubber noses to honor the clown prince of crime. But if it weren't for these hooligans, there wouldn't be a Batman. J-Man. Insane in the brain, J-Man is the leader of the Jokers. He's the only gang member crazy enough to wear the Joker's pinstriped purple tuxedo. Don't be fooled into thinking that this gang member's flower is just a flower. It shoots a deadly nerve gas. Until Batman came back, the Jokers ruled the streets of Gotham, terrorizing teenagers like Terry McGinnis and Max Gibson. Too bad the Jokers didn't know that Terry would soon put a stop to their ha-ha hijinks. Thanks to the Tomorrow Night, new Joker's recruits are fewer in number, but the remaining comedic crooks are dangerously unpredictable. All it takes is a little bad weather for the Jokers to start a riot. He's a named character? J-Man? Yeah. They had him named like forever ago, and I'm pretty sure the majority of the Jokers are named. So there's Scab and Dottie. Where J-Man goes, low-class clowns Scab and Dottie are never far behind. Scab dons an oversized punching glove to bop Batman. Dottie makes a real club sandwich with her rubber chicken, a spiked rubber chicken, that is. Bruce Wayne took the Joker very seriously. As Batman, Terry McGinnis also has no sense of humor where the Jokers are concerned. He'll deck any of these wild cards without cracking a smile. Watch out, Batman! Dottie's spiky chicken will leave a bad taste in your mouth. A bad taste of blood. Bat Data. Other Joker's goons include J-Man's second-in-command, Smirk, and the pie-throwing Coey. Well, I think the show itself gave names to the Jokers as well. I know that, like, if they weren't mentioned in the show, I'm pretty sure that there was other stuff that gave names to them, like model sheets and stuff along those lines. Return of the Joker. You can't keep a good maniac down. Years ago, the Joker kidnapped and tortured Robin. Batman eventually caught up with the Clown Prince of Crime, but rather than escaping, the Joker electrocuted himself. At last, Batman's most terrible enemy had met his end. Or had he? That Timm image looks cool. That's from Craig Rousseau's Return of the Joker adaptation. I kind of like the idea that they are all named Joker. that would be funny. Blight. Maniacal mogul Derek Powers had the run of Gotham City until Batman returned to action. The Tomorrow Night's discovery of the weapons Powers was developing at the Wayne Powers Corporation led to a fateful fight. In the struggle, Powers was covered in his own caustic chemicals and transformed into the glowing ghoul Blight. As Blight, Derek Powers is a walking hunk of radioactive waste. One touch from Blight and your skin will burn, blister, and burst. Arms dealer. With his new bioweapon, Derek Powers was going to make a killing. Literally. The terrible tycoon even tested his flesh-eating nerve gas on his own employees after having Terry McGinnis' father murdered. Powers thought he had taken care of everyone in on his secret. Terry McGinnis used the Batsuit to wreck Powers' nerve gas factory when Powers tried to stop the Tomorrow Night with his gun. Batman hurled a nerve gas canister at him. Powers accidentally shot the canister and was doused in his deadly gas. I like how J-Man's freaking second-in-command wasn't important enough to get more than brief references in Bat Data while Scab and Dottie are. Yeah. I gotta imagine that it might just have something to do with, you know, what they had available to them. Because, right, Scab, the image they had is, you know, directly out of a comic. Dottie is out of promotional material. It's possible that Smirk and Coey were only seen in the show itself, which apparently was harder to get a hold of. And that's why we only have Warhawk and Joker images from the show so far. Let's See, Blight can hurl balls of radioactive matter from his fingertips. He covers himself in a synthetic skin, but his body's radioactivity eventually breaks down the fake flesh, especially when he gets angry. The madder Blight is, the hotter he burns. Blight's radioactive skin is transparent. He is the Tomorrow Night's most dangerous foe, and Blight once lived inside an abandoned nuclear submarine. Who is less healthy, Blight or Clayface? Oh, God. Oh, God, I don't even know where to start measuring there. That's a... That's a big question that I'm not sure has an answer. That's like that's like asking who's less healthy, someone with cancer or a brain aneurysm. Oh, yeah. Blight blames Batman for his freakish fate. Now he seeks out radioactive isotopes to fuel his insatiable hunger for energy. The only way the Tomorrow Night can get close to Blight is by spraying him with Cassium-90, an element that renders radioactivity totally harmless. So why don't they make his skin out of that stuff? Blight once tried to steal xanthalium, yostrium, and zeliconium, 3 radioactive elements that would allow him to drain the power from anything. Batman was hot on Blight's trail to prevent a 21st century energy crisis, and so was the Game Stalker. In the end, Batman covered Blight in molten lead, but Game Stalker, I assume they mean the Stalker. Game Stalker? Game Stalker zapped Batman and took Blight's inert body home as a hunting trophy. Powers climbed up to the top of the corporate ladder by buying out other companies and then firing these chief executives. He forced Bruce Wayne out of Wayne Enterprises and turned the once benevolent business into a weapons manufacturer. This is like the 3rd or 4th time they've told us this. It would be Blight, wouldn't it? I mean, I feel like I can see reasons for both. Clayface because he's not as able to keep himself together literally. It's right. Kind of like Game Stalker is an alternative name for him though. It is a good one, but I feel like the Stalker is just like short, sweet, to the point. Shriek. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. By the time you hear the sonic blasters of Shriek, it could already be too late. Sound engineer Michael Shreve became a pawn of Derek Powers in order to save his lab from bankruptcy. As the Sonic villain Shriek... Hold on, we're in Sonic lore now? As the Sonic villain Shriek, Shreve knows how to turn noise into a weapon of mass destruction. Excuse me. Ironically, Michael Shreve is stone deaf. I have never heard of deafness being called stone deaf. So, Mattie, do you guys know about the Jessica Cruz character design? Because I hear that it was publicly, but I mean, it's on the side of the Justice League vs. Fatal 5 Blu-ray box. Ironically, Michael Shreve is stone deaf. He is unable to hear any sounds, and so is unaffected by Shriek's sound suit. Shreve knows how to read lips, but he turns away from his prison cellmate's constant chatter in order to get a little peace and quiet. Shriek got his tech parts from the Eggman Empire. I knew it! I knew it! It all makes so much sense. Why else would he look like a big egg? The egg baby? Think about it. With the right sonic modulation, Shriek sound generators can bowl over buildings. A certain frequency can even shred his criminal cohort's clothing like paper. Imagine what it would do to the Batsuit. Batman didn't know it, but Shriek saved a Batarang from his last scuffle with the Tomorrow Night. Patiently, the villain searched for the correct vibrational frequency to shatter Batman's weapons with white noise. The next time they battled, Shriek tried to deafen Batman with his sound generators. Unfortunately for Terry, bats have big ears. The Batsuit could only muffle so much. Numbed by the noise, Terry was helpless as Shriek sounded off and overloaded the circuits inside the Tomorrow Night's high-tech costume. Shriek may have figured out how to destroy the Tomorrow Night's gadgets, but Terry also came armed with the original Batman's tools of the trade. Shriek didn't have time to remodulate his sound generators to rock a classic Batarang. Bat data! The Tomorrow Nights relied on Ace's acute canine hearing to track down Shriek. Shriek once drove Gotham's animals into a frenzy by sending screeching sound waves across the city. Listen to music. Terry knew that the only way to silence Shriek was to make him listen to his own staggering sound waves. Overloaded by its own power, Shriek's sound suit self-destructed. Alright, so now that we're done with Shriek, give me 1 second. I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. Actually, hold on. Real quick. Danny says, I have but only... from my granny and aunt, I guess it's... Oh, about stone deaf. Yeah. I guess it's just an old-fashioned way of referring to deafness. Maybe. For a second, I thought it was a typo that was supposed to be tone deaf. Because I've heard that before, but I haven't heard stone deaf. But give me a sec. I'll be right back. I'm grabbing a drink real quick. Archer's looking at me with such contempt in his face. I also got some almonds. I'm excited about that. No, let me let him out real quick. Choose where you want to be, in or out. Don't hang out in the doorway, buddy.
Come here, buddy. Okay, here.
Just pick him up.
He's gonna...
Yeah, he'll yowl, but, you know, it's whatever. Oh, he didn't even do that. There you go. Shriek's music kind of slaps. Oh shit, Maxie's here. I feel like I haven't seen you around too much lately. Hope you are doing well, bud. Almonds are bad for the environment. Everything's bad for the environment, man. There's no ethical consumption under capitalism. Ink is the most slippery supervillain the Tomorrow Night has faced so far. Once a beautiful young woman, Ink became a shape-shifting saboteur after being subjected to mutagenic experiments. Like, for real, Rob, you gonna stop using gas in your car? Because that's bad for the environment. Now she's a living liquid who pours herself into her work. Liquidity. Mutagenic experiments transformed Ink into a polymorph. She can mold her body into any shape imaginable. In her liquid form, it's easy for Ink to slip through tight ventilation ducts or slide right under locked doors. Okay, Rob, well, do you use the bus? I know you walk to work. Do you get in your friend's car? And do you buy anything that uses plastic? Mattie, so what do you think when people say they consider Legacies canon? I mean, they can consider it canon. It's not, but if people like it enough that that's where they think that the stories go, and that's pretty cool. Is Clayface also a polymorph? I would think so. What specifically is the definition of polymorph? Or polymorphism? In biology, polymorphism is the occurrence of two or more clearly different morphs or forms, also referred to as alternative phenotypes. This book must have been really exciting for any Beyond fans who weren't familiar with the comics, with all this cool new art from the stories that they'd never seen before. Oh, for sure. Like, I can't imagine, like, how ecstatic I would have been to, like, get something like this in 2004. Well, no. 2004, I was, like, 13 years old. I was more interested in emo and pop-punk music and stuff like that around that time. Is Clayface a polymorph? I don't know. I would assume so. If ink is a polymorph, I would think Clayface would also be one. Just on account that, like, they're both supposed to be, like, kind of the same type of villain. Let's see, where was I? Batman first fought Ink after Derek Powers hired the crafty corporate spy. She made her mark by blotting out a business rival. When you're polymorphic like Ink, it's easy to shapeshift yourself into a living weapon. Watch out, Batman. It's hammer time. I wonder. I do have scans of the Batman the Animated Series guidebook that was from this same series. Maybe it'll identify Clayface as a polymorph in that. I could look later. The live stream is making me interested in the older comics now. They're so fun. Does Steven Universe give you Dragon Ball vibes? There's definitely a lot of stuff in Steven Universe that is inspired by Dragon Ball. Yeah. That was something that that we kind of noticed while going throughout the show. And it's pretty clear that that like those vibes are probably intentional from time to time, because like there's definitely specific Easter eggs inside the show to Dragon Ball. Like when Connie and Steven first go to the hospital that Connie's mom works at, there's a door that like has a doctor name, patient name on it, and it's Dr. Giro, patient 21, which Dr. Giro is Android 21. So it's clear that like whoever is working on the show were Dragon Ball fans, and they wanted that to come through in their in their work. Girls in Batman Beyond look so thick sometimes, like Ink and 10. Well, that's all on account of Shane Glines being one of the major art not, I guess, art directors. I don't think he's the art director, but he contributed a lot to the designs in these shows. And he has a very distinct way of drawing female characters. That very much focuses on making them curvy. Right, like here's some of his original sketches for Melanie. Here's some just sketches he did for his own. Here's some sketches he did of Terry McGinnis. He was responsible for the Dana head turn in the opening. Here's some of his work on the Dee twins. Blade, not Chelsea Cunningham. Chelsea Cunningham was a different character. So here's his original Dee twins design. Here's a design he did for the Harley Quinn Birds of Prey intro. Some more Dana, but this is tiny. More Dana stuff here. But Shane Glines is really good. How often do you tune into Kevin Smith's podcast? Actually, not very often at all. The only reason that I was able to pick up the BTAS thing was because Ted sent it to me. Let's see. Ink's only problem with being a liquid lady is that she sometimes leaves drops of herself behind following a fight. Terry scooped up a sample of ink and took it back to the Batcave for Bruce Wayne to analyze. An evil scientist developed special implants that helped Ink to regain some solidity, but Ink had to commit crimes to pay him back, and suffered his wrath when she didn't deliver what he wanted. Bat Data. Ink's real name is unknown, perhaps even to her. To defeat Ink, Batman and Bruce Wayne fought her with a fire hose and then stopped her cold with Mr. Freeze's freeze gun. Corporate spy. Ink sells her skills to the highest bidder, but only to raise funds to find a cure for her condition. She hacks into computers for any information that might make her whole again. Usually, Ink can maintain a measure of solidity. By the time the evil scientist figured out how to make her half-liquid body melt into a puddle, Batman was on her side. One of Ink's strangest powers is the ability to envelop someone with a thin coating of her viscous body and make that person do her bidding. Is that a spot on your suit? Or are you covered in ink? Sounds kind of like a Venom symbiote thing going on. Here we go. It's our boy Game Stalker. Game Stalker hunts the world's most dangerous prey, be it man or beast. Unfortunately, that includes the Tomorrow Night. To prove his superior tracking skills, Game Stalker often tricks Batman into becoming his target. Game Stalker prefers to hunt barehanded. Other than his own bionic body, Game Stalker's favorite weapon is his electrified pike. It stuns his prey senseless before Game Stalker makes the kill. When Terry McGinnis and his friends found themselves on Game Stalker's island of the dino animals, Terry had to make a difficult decision, hunt or be hunted. As Batman, Terry bravely tried to subdue the savage beast before Game Stalker slaughtered everyone. Game Stalker knows Terry's secret identity. Other foes would gleefully use this knowledge to terrorize the Tomorrow Night, but despite his hobby of hunting Batman whenever possible, Game Stalker isn't considered a true enemy. Honestly, if they were to bring back like the world of Batman Beyond and do a I just dropped an almond on the floor. If they were to bring back Batman Beyond and do like some more stuff with the Justice League Beyond, I would like to see Stalker brought onto the League, right? Because I know in like Justice League Unlimited, we got Creeper was brought onto the League. Shiera was brought back onto the League. So like there's room for former villains to become heroes, and I think that'd be a cool thing to see since he's not necessarily a villain. Would you want to learn more of Ink's backstory, or would you prefer it to stay a mystery? Well, I mean they did go into her backstory in the what was it? The Earth 12 comics a bit. And I actually really thought that some of the stuff they did there was very compelling. They turned her into an undocumented immigrant from like a war-torn country or something like that. And essentially she had to go into the her transformation was kind of forced upon her, and she ended up having to go and do the life of crime to to make sure that her daughter had a good life growing up in the new world, or you know, America. So I think what they did there was really, really interesting, really compelling. I don't know if that's what like Bruce Timm and Co. had in mind for her. I think that the Batman Beyond comics, the tie-in comics, do go a little bit into her DCAU backstory as well, but they might not mesh very well. It's been a while since I've read her appearances in the tie-ins, so I don't remember specifically what those details are. And I guess they didn't stick with me as well as the Earth 12 stuff did. Bruce Timm did say Batman Beyond Season 4 is possible if the Blu-ray box sold well. Yeah, but I mean, like, here's the thing. Is that if someone is selling you something, they will always tell you that good sales can lead to more of that thing happening. That doesn't mean that it will. But that's just how business works, right? If something flies off the shelves and exceeds expectations that the company had for it, then it leads to them saying, "Wait a second, this thing is more popular than we thought. Do more of this. Make more of the thing." Right? And that doesn't mean it's going to happen. You know, especially since that released like what, 2 years ago now, and I don't remember it ever selling out. I remember seeing it actually like drop on sale a lot of times. So I doubt that it hit numbers anywhere near what would make a season 4 happen. Yeah, let me hold on. Let me see if I can find that that specific comic real quick. That way you could give it a read. Ink's backstory, immigrant or immigration, that works too. I guess Batman Beyond. I tell you what, Danny, just remind me after stream, and I'll look for it in my in our drive, because it wasn't popping up on that first row of Google results. Let's see, where were we? GameStalker's career as a professional big game hunter ended when a ferocious Black Panther mauled him. His wounded body was repaired with bionic parts. Now he's as strong as 10 men and possesses heightened senses. GameStalker can see, hear, or smell prey from miles away. I know, but they should at least make a Beyond movie or something. That would be a lot of fun. I've got a pitch. If anyone from WB ever comes across these, one of GameStalker's eyes contains electronic crosshairs that draw a bionic bead on his targets. GameStalker won't use firearms, but he's a dead shot with a tranquilizing dart gun. GameStalker's trophy room looks more like a cave. Inside there are all sorts of exotic creatures stuffed and mounted so that GameStalker can relive the thrill of his hunts. His most recent catches include the lead-encased Blight and a hybrid Hipporex. Game Stalker was once employed by the U.S. government to hunt down the criminal known as Falseface. That's true. Royal Flush Gang. A team of professional thieves, the Royal Flush Gang isn't playing with a full deck. This family of fiends always tries to deal Batman a losing hand. However, the Tomorrow Night can think of 10 reasons why one of these card sharps isn't all that bad. The Royal Flush Gang is a family affair with Father King, Mother Queen, Son Jack, Daughter Tin, and an android ace up their sleeves. The gang raises the stakes of villainy by writing into action a top-flying playing cards. 52 pickup. King swings a sword, Queen has a scepter, Jack likes daggers, otherwise the gang's weapons are all concealed as cards. Better fold, Batman. Jack's hand could include razor-sharp blades, smoke bombs, or even a full house of high explosives. Oh shit! It looks like the scan here got ganked. I'll have to rescan that page at some point. Tina is a pretty teenage girl named Melanie Walker. After falling in love with Terry, she tried to give up crime. Once an imposter, Royal Flush Gang tried to bluff Batman into thinking Melanie was back to being bad. Tin had no luck convincing her family to throw in their cards and rehabilitate. If she turns her life around, Terry might just be there for her when she gets out of jail. It's cool to me that DC's YouTube channel has Terry in the banner. Oh yeah, that's pretty neat. Ma Mayhem. The Mayhems are another family of related rogues. Ma Mayhem is the leader, a malicious matriarch who doesn't spare the rod when she spoils her slow-witted sons. The Mayhem bunch specializes in jailbreaks and jewel heists. A wicked widow, Ma Mayhem is as strong as she is mean. Suffering anxiety from being separated from her sons, Ma planned her own bold breakout from prison. The Mayhem boys are totally loyal to their Ma. Big and tall, Carl is the muscle of the gang. Short and mousy, Slim Mayhem always drives the getaway hover car. Carl and Slim know better than to sass their ma. First it's a slap. After that, they'll get a real licking. The Mayhems added abduction to their rap sheet when they kidnapped Princess Vanishing of Afghanistan. Thankfully, Batman was close behind to liberate her from these folksy felons. I like that Ma Mayhem gets in this book before Spellbinder does. Wasn't like her only episode appearance like Egg Baby, and they didn't even mention that. Dizzying and diabolical, the Spellbinder hypnotizes his victims into having haunting hallucinations. Even Batman isn't immune to the Spellbinder's ocular orb. This floating eyeball can transfix the Tomorrow Night and make him do the bad guy's bidding. Ma Mayhem reminds me of Granny Goodness, which is always a good sign. True. I think she was created by Paul Dini, right? Because that was I think Egg Baby's a Paul Dini episode. Spellbinder has one of my favorite costumes, Spiral Boy. He be looking like a Tony the Tiger fan. Spellbinder is really former Hamilton Hill High School psychologist Dr. Ira Billings. Billings got tired of being underpaid and unappreciated, so he took to spellbinding his students in order to make himself rich. Under Spellbinder's thrall, even peaceable people are forced to bash the Tomorrow Night. Batman stopped the Spellbinder scheme of hypnotizing rich high school kids into revealing where their family jewels and wealth were hidden. Later, Spellbinder placed subliminal messages in television broadcasts to mesmerize the Tomorrow Night. Somehow, Spellbinder figured out that the Tomorrow Night was a teenager in disguise. Dr. Ira Billings used his mind-reading machine to give psychic profiles to students he believed might secretly be Batman. Spellbinder's costume is covered in hypnotic patterns designed to mesmerize anyone who sees him. Terminal. As the teen terror Terminal, Carter Wilson once led a rebel rabble of jokers. Damn, they really do like their alliteration in this book. Psychotherapy helped Carter to bury his sinister side deep inside his brain. However, Terminal was just waiting for the right time to tear Carter apart. Carter Wilson went to Hamilton Hill High School with Terry McGinnis and Max Gibson. As Terminal, Carter once threatened Max's life. Max forgave Carter after he had served his sentence and defeated his dark side. Can't stay, just wanted to say hello, hope everyone is doing alright. Well, I hope you're doing good too, the real Langley M. Neely. Mattie, what do you think is the best Batman Beyond episode? Best Batman Beyond episodes. Meltdown is high up there. Ascension is high up there. Earthmover is high up there. Those are definitely like... Those are three of my top ones right there. I'm trying to think. Obviously, Rebirth is really cool. And The Call is a lot of fun. Those are five off the top of my head, I would say. When Carter successfully separated his good side from his bad side, Terminal took over. Pretty soon, Terminal's gang of jokers were back in action, blasting Batman silly with their gag guns. Batman beat Terminal by appealing to the goodness left in Carter. In the end, Carter went back to Juvenile Hall. Terminal and Carter are now divided right down the middle, each constantly clash for control of Carter's body and soul. So I guess they turn him into a Two-Face kind of guy. The Assassins. Always loved episodes like Earthmover. Yeah, Earthmover's great. It's always been like a really spooky kind of deal. It's bad enough that the Tomorrow Night has enough enemies to fill an entire prison, but there's also the Society of Assassins, a plethora of professional killers. And there's rivalry among the Society's members to be the one skilled enough to slay Batman. See, Curare, stealthy as a shadow and nimble as a ninja, Curare is armed with a scimitar that can slice through anything Batman, that can slice through anything. Batman first fought this lady killer when she tried to terminate D.A. Sam Young, Commissioner Barbara Gordon's husband. It's not easy catching a sword between your hands before it cuts you in half, but Batman knows just how to stop Curare's scimitar, even when another assassin is wielding the deadly blade. To join the Society of Assassins, new bloods must prove their worthiness by spilling blood. Batman. Curare ranks highest among this killer elite and is the Society's leader. The penalty for failing her is death. Curare's scimitar... I guess that's got to be something that happened in the comics, like following up the Curare episodes, right? Because like she wasn't the leader in the episodes, and they wanted to kill her for like not killing Sam Young, and then she tried to turn and kill everyone else. Curare's scimitar can slice concrete or steel like a hot knife through butter. Only Society members may wield it, and they would rather die themselves than let an outsider like Batman defile their sacred sword. Curare is incredibly fast and agile. She knows many martial arts skills. So one thing about the Earth 12 comics that's always bugged me is that it made Curare and Cairo brother and sister, and that's just kind of out of left field for me. And the way that they did it, I feel like also aged up Cairo. The Cult of Cobra has existed for centuries. The Dark Knight fought it during his crime-fighting career, and now the Tomorrow Knight continues the struggle to stop these terrorists once and for all. Okay, tight. So that's something I can add in. Let's get that. Save as. Cobra has existed for centuries. And I guess that means I should move the Etrigan stuff. Ooh, excuse me. Why won't it let me move it? Okay, there it goes. Just have all of that over here. And I'll put Cobra is founded. And I guess for the time placement, I'll just put centuries ago. What page number is this? Page 41. We're getting close to the end of the book. Batman Beyond. The animated series guide. Page 41. It's a bit odd. It kind of feels like they just went, hey, there's two Asian characters. We may as well make them siblings, which is not great. Yeah, I mean, like, I think both kind of technically have ties to Nanda Parbat in a way or another. If I remember correctly, the tie-in comics, like, stated that Cairo was from there. Or at the very least, it was somewhere Nanda Parbat-like. And then, like, the Society of Assassins is kind of from Nanda Parbat, if I remember correctly. At least in Gotham Adventures, I want to say that was the case. So, like, I could see them having some kind of connection, but being brother and sister just does not make sense to me. Farmer Brown is the best villain, yes. Are there any Batman Beyond characters you think would be YouTubers if the show was made now? Oh, Ian Peak. Ian Peak, 100%. That would, this guy. The guy who, like, has an invisibility suit that allows him to walk through walls and shit, and he gets, like, the celebrity gossip. 100% would be a YouTuber. I'm trying to think. Maybe, like, I feel like maybe Nelson Nash would be, like, a Jake Paul type. But other than those two, there's no one that really sticks out in my mind. The Cult of Cobra has existed for centuries. The Dark Knight fought it during his crime-fighting career, and now the Tomorrow Knight continues the struggle to stop these terrorists once and for all. Cobras worship chaos and aim to bring anarchy and Armageddon to the 21st century. The Cobra cult has thousands of scaly soldiers slithering about to make this bad dream come true. Some soldiers join Cobra willingly. Others are shanghaied into... Is that an okay word to use? To say that people are shanghaied? I feel like that's a... Like, I don't know that's like a thing that's like, ooh... But, like, it feels like it. Too bad he's probably dead. True. He ain't dead. He's floating through the center of the earth with no food or water. Maybe half siblings or cousins, or like maybe even if that's about Curare and Cairo, I assume it is. I would say maybe they just trained together or something. Or like maybe Curare was on her way out the door when Cairo had shown up. Batman stopped Cobra from kidnapping Gotham's homeless people and brainwashing them into converting to the cult. Shanghai is the name of a SpongeBob episode. Was that the karate episode? Where like with the luxury timeshares or whatever? Cobras wear gloves with a poisonous touch. This mind-bending snake serum could make the Tomorrow Night into a Cobra soldier. Thank goodness the batsuit is impermeable to venom. Because as we learned last week, the only weakness of the batsuit is radiation. Some Cobra cultists carry electrified snake staffs. To his dismay, Batman discovered that there's no cure for this blazing bite. A Cobra agent once abducted Terry McGinnis' friend Max Gibson into a forced marriage. That's true, that did happen. Demons! Some say that Gotham City is a magnet for evil. Occasionally, it even becomes a gateway to the underworld. Terry McGinnis has seen some strange things as Batman, including a whole host of nightmarish demons. The first demon Batman ever encountered was Axolano. The Dark Devil was once imprisoned by Merlin the Magician. But what was he doing in 21st century Gotham? Oh, I dropped another almond. The one when SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward joined the Flying Dutchman's crew. Oh, okay. Okay, it's been so long since I've watched any not Batman, SpongeBob. But yeah. I remember that. Teenager Preston Leeds was responsible for unleashing Axolano on an unsuspecting Gotham. Preston was researching Merlin's book of spells on his computer and accidentally cast one himself. Axolano and Preston were hopelessly bound together. Digimagic. To subdue Axolano, Batman called upon the Digidestin. No, Batman called upon Bruce Wayne's old friend Jason Blood and a young college student named Kyle. By mixing old magic with new, Jason Blood's demonic alter ego Etrigan joined Batman to fight Axolano, while Kyle trapped the devil inside a digital dungeon. What's the yikes from you, Rob? The Shanghai thing? Batman learned the hard way that Axolano wasn't easy to punch. The demon could make himself as immaterial as a phantom when struck, or as hard as a rock when he wanted to strike back. All the magical power of the Dark Universe is at Axolano's command. You hear that? Axolano has control of the Tom Cruise mummy. And that's the only thing he controls. James needs to read the B-movie script. I don't think he needs to, but... Vendetta. There were many who hated Derek Power's evil son Paxton, but Vendetta wanted revenge against him more than most. No one was going to stop her getting justice for his betrayal of her, and that included Batman. At first, neither the Tomorrow Night nor Powers realized that the truth behind Vendetta's identity was closer than they thought. Though no one heard her, Vendetta once confessed her love for Derek Powers. She even sacrificed her own well-being to protect the Wayne Powers Corporation. While fighting Batman, her glowing tears fell like acid onto the toxic power sticks and ignited an inferno. Paxton Powers ordered the death of Miss Winston, his father's secretary, because she knew too much about his crimes. But she didn't die. Unknown to everybody, she was in fact Vendetta, imbued with superpowers. Bigger and stronger than most men, Vendetta was a fierce fighter too. Bullets simply bounced right off her body and only made her madder. Is Tom Cruise in the Dark Multiverse? He had that. Oh, Dark Multiverse. Yeah. There's a difference between Dark Multiverse and Dark Universe, I guess. You know what? Why not? Let's say he is. Vendetta was determined to stop Powers from shipping dangerous Power Stick batteries. Made from two inert gases, the Power Sticks gave off poisonous fumes when the gases were mixed. Vendetta hijacked a hover truck and terrorized its drivers to prevent such an outcome. Rogues Gallery. Blight, the Jokers, and Shriek aren't the only offenders Batman has to worry about in his future. The Rogues Gallery keeps growing with all new foes, including the following felonious fiends. Mr. Freeze. Derek Powers thawed out villain Victor Freeze from suspended animation. Unfortunately, Freeze still needed low temperatures to survive. That's why Mr. Freeze returned with an icy vengeance. Stinger! Stinger thinks he's the bee's knees with his high-tech flight suit and barbed dart launchers. But after aiming too many bad puns at Batman, Stinger himself was stung and swatted. Bat Data. Blight cracked open Victor Freeze's cryosuit, which then exploded and apparently destroyed the long-suffering Mr. Freeze. Rat Boy Patrick. Rat Boy Patrick Fitz can control rats and mice. He once kidnapped Terry's girlfriend, Dana Tan, because he had a crush on her. After his face was burned in a fight with Batman, Fitz tried to alter his rodent-like appearance. Dana still wouldn't go out with him, though. Too bad. Tom Cruise and the Batman who endorses his Oh, no! No Scientology Batman. Speaking of Tom Cruise... Have you all heard of Batman Beyond villain, The Mummy? The ancient mummified madman, Telectalati, came back to life for the sake of his princess bride, Dana. However, this mummy thought Terry's girlfriend, Dana, was the reincarnation of his true love. Erica Electra. Erica Grace isn't evil at all, but she did fall foul of Batman once. Armed with anti-gravity boot discs and supercharged shocker gloves, she became Erica Electra in order to force Dr. Roberto Varcani into admitting that he had stolen scientific designs from her father. Hey, put this girl on the Justice League Unlimited. There you go. Just like there's tons of ways to expand that. Oh, James is sharing some art he did that he put up on Twitter. The Golem. Originally, the Golem was a GLM construction bot, mind controlled by twisted teenager Willie Watt. The second Golem was a walking pile of scrap metal assembled by Morgan Bickford after authorities unjustly separated Morgan from his father. Bat Data. Bullying by his father and fellow students drove Willie Watt to seek revenge with the giant robot Golem. Okay, and then we just have appearances and stuff down here. Oh, and they give episode numbers. I wonder if that's by production order or not. And then they let you know where you can look for each character. Acknowledgements. Dorling Kindersley, which I assume is what DK stands for, would like to thank the following DC artists for their contributions to this book. Terry Beattie, Rick Burkett, Dan Davis, Jordy Ensign, Min SQ, Rob Lay, Ande Parks, Sean Parsons, Craig Rousseau, and Joe Staten. And there's that rocket skateboard again. Gosh, that Golem design is super weird. So what happened is there was a dude who worked for the junkyard or something like that, and like brought home scraps for his kid to play with, and somehow the kid ended up psychically linking with it because come to find out it was pieces of the golem, and he kind of like rebuilt it different or something like that. It's been a while since I've read that specific issue, so once again, details are a bit hazy. But yeah, it did end up looking like that, and it is a little weird. Let's see, James' best data boy. Was Max even in this? I don't think she was. I think she was mentioned once or twice, but yeah, they didn't even give her a. They didn't even really give Dana any info. Now that you mention it, let's see. It looks like they do it by last name. Gibson Max, mentioned on pages 26, 39, and 41. But yeah, she didn't get her own page by any means. Let's see, real quick. Let me see if I can get into the old Justice League Watchtower site. Because I know that it had some like information from Paul Dini about like the Justice League Unlimited. And so I figure that's something else that we could throw in here, because that's where the Cairo is 8 years old thing comes from. So, you know, I don't want to forget. Let's see, Justice League Core Team, Extended Team, Guest Stars. God, all of the links are broken now because it got moved off of Toon Zone. What is okay. So it's got to be popgeeks.com, I think. Let's see. Paul Dini on the Justice League Unlimited. It's now 40 years in the future. There are some old familiar faces in there, but there are new characters you've never seen before. Sort of second generation classic characters. Courtesy of website name removed. Apparently, what that situation is like there was bad blood with this website called Comics Continuum. And they asked for they asked to be removed as the source, but they kept the quotes anyway. So that is a. Well, I guess I will. Shit, that's not a book. I guess it's an interview. Paul Dini, 40 years. I used to love scrolling through this site just a few years back. Oh shit, yeah. I know we brought it up a couple times on the web, not on the website, but on the channel. So I don't know if you found it that way or if you found it organically. But yeah, it's got a lot of interesting stuff on it. It's kind of funny that Paul Dini is like, yeah, 40 years. That's, you know, the correct one. Especially since I recently, actually just like yesterday or the day before, I was looking for information from like DVD bonus features and stuff, and I popped in the Return of the Joker uncut, the DVD, not the Blu-ray. The bonus features are a little bit different. and there's like an interview with Bruce Timm, and Bruce Timm, like all the way back in the early 2000s, is like, yeah, it was 50 years in the future. Why is it not letting me put text in here? Oh shit! It was about to let me, and then I missed. There it goes. Paul Dini. Oh my god! What just happened? Where did it go? Where did the bubble go? Paul Dini via Comics Continuum. I knew about it for a good while before I found Watchtower Database. Okay, yeah. I had not known about this site until I think James put it on my attention. But it used to be like part of the Toon Zone family of websites. And then Toon Zone got changed to Anime Superhero, and then for some reason this got changed to being hosted at Pop Geeks, but like all of the links still say Toon Zone, so you gotta like go in and change every single one of them, and it's a pain. Let's see. It's now 40 years in the future, blah, 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 blah. Bruce Timm on Justice League appearance by the JLU. That had occurred to me. It's definitely a possibility, but we haven't talked about it yet. They're trying to limit the number of alternate universes and time travel stories because it's the first season, and that's the first temptation to do, but we might do so. Okay. So that's I guess him talking, about JLU time. Bruce Timm on JLU animated series. Don't I have enough on my plate for Pete's sake? Seriously, I love the JLU characters, though they thought they turned out pretty bitchin', and would love to revisit them. I love Bruce Timm saying something's bitchin', but I kind of doubt there'd be enough interest in an actual series. Still, who knows? Courtesy of Toon Zone. Man, I'm telling you, Bruce Timm, hit me up for my Cairo Warhawk buddy cop movie. I couldn't resist throwing in an oblique reference to Batman Beyond's The Call and the new Darkseid story. What new Darkseid story? What Darkseid story had a reference to The Call? Oh shit, of course all of these links are going to be broken. Because Toon Zone's not Toon Zone anymore. Oh, and it literally just links to Toon Zone. Let's see, Paul Dini on Superman. He's the senior member. Superman's got elements of the Kingdom Come Superman to him, a little gray in the temple, but he's still the same guy. His suit's a little more Kryptonian, oddly enough, courtesy of website name removed. Paul Dini on Christopher McDonald. As Christopher voiced Jor-El in our Superman series, Bruce Timm thought it would be fitting to bring him back to play Kal-El. Paul Dini on Barda. There's kind of a licensing problem with using Wonder Woman. So, with Barda being a full-time member of the League in the comics, and since she's from Apocalypse and nearly immortal too, we figured let's put her in there and have a link to the contemporary book. Maybe she's what they were talking about with whatever Darkseid story, with the link that didn't go directly to the quote. Paul Dini on Green Lantern. He's an Asian child who's about 8 and is sort of like the Dalai Lama. He just sort of hovers and is mystical all the time. So let me get that. He's an Asian child who is about 8. File. Save as. Paul Dini. Cairo is 8. So that would put us... I don't have the year for the call. It's either 2042 or 2043. Which would mean 2034/2035 for Cairo. So that's gonna be in here. That's gonna need a lot of moving around. I'll just put it above for right now, and then I'll change it up in the cleanup. Cairo is born. Paul Dini via comics continuum, and then add in let me get that link. Bada boom. Let's see. Paul Dini on Warhawk. He is sort of like Hawkman, but is also the badass of the group. On Aquagirl, she is the daughter of Aquaman and Mera. On Micron, he's sort of like the original version of the Atom, mixed with a little bit of Giant Man. Rich Fogel on Future Batman. Who knows, maybe we haven't heard the last of Terry McGinnis. And that's just commentary, and that's images courtesy of. Do we get another page for their appearance in let's see, Justice League Villains, Watchtower Files, Watchtower and Javelin 7, Villains is Justice League, Supporting Villains, Injustice Gang, Trophy Room, Freeze Framing, Justice League, pre-season 1, The Call. Let's try that one. I wish Micron got more screen time. He has a cool design. Oh, for sure. Micron is dope as fuck. Funny enough, I was watching Masked Singer with my mom and stepdad whenever I was down for my grandma passing away. A little over a year ago now. And one of the clues that they used for Wayne Brady when he was masked was that he played a superhero at one point, and that tipped me off really quick on who it was, because I had heard the voice before because he sang on How I Met Your Mother, and I knew he was Micron, so I was just like, it's Wayne Brady. That's over. I know it. And the rest of my family was just like, how did you know? And it's like, I watch Batman Beyond. But yeah, Micron is cool as fuck. Everybody on the Justice League Unlimited is fucking dope. Let's see. What do we got here? Kids WB on the call. Superman drafts Batman into the League of Superheroes when he suspects there is a traitor among them. Batman ferrets out the traitor and the reason, nothing there. Paul Dini on the call. I just looked at the episode yesterday. It came in animation. One change now. It's called the JLU. It's now 40 years in the future, and it's the Justice League Unlimited. There are some old familiar faces in there, but there are new characters you've never seen before, sort of a second generation of classic characters. But the basic JLU lineup consists of Superman, the senior member, Barda from Apocalypse, who is sort of second in command, Aquagirl, who is the daughter of Aquaman and Mera, a character called Micron, who is sort of like the original version of the Atom mixed with a little bit of Giant Man, a character called Warhawk, who is sort of like Hawkman, but who is also the baddest of the group, and a new Green Lantern, who is an Asian child, about 8, and is sort of like the Dalai Lama, blah, 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 blah. I wonder if I can find that original interview in full. Superman goes to see Bruce and says, I think it's time for Terry to join the League. We say that Bruce was an original member, although kind of a reserve member because he wasn't one for joining up. Superman needs Terry to come in because he's somebody he can trust, and there may be a traitor in the league. Apparently, Wayne Brady got to return to DC in the Black Lightning show. Huh. That must have been in the third season, I guess. I watched the first 2 seasons, but once they connected it to the rest of the CW verse, I have not caught up. Let's see. It's really cool. All the characters look great. Superman's got elements of Kingdom Come. There's kind of a licensing problem with Wonder Woman. If we wanted to do Wonder Woman as a series, we could do that. If it was a guest shot, it was a little more problematic. I don't really understand it. It just turned out to be easier all the way around not to use her. With Barda being a full-time member of the League in the comics, blah, blah, blah. We read that part already. If we do more Batman Beyond, we'll definitely do more JLU. As Gravedigger. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Let's see. I have to say that on the Batman Beyond episode, The Call, where we had the Justice League Unlimited, the future Justice League, that was almost a trial run for the Justice League show. Talking about staging action sequences, all that kind of stuff. As we were beating it out, great wording, Bruce Timm, we realized we wanted the climax. Once again, great wording, Bruce Timm, of that story to be the Batman Beyond versus Superman Beyond. That's why we took the Justice League out one by one and ended up with that scary possessed Superman chasing Terry throughout the Arctic. Specifically, what I was talking about was that big action sequence at the climax of part 1 where the city's being bombed and the Justice League are all running around to save people. Also, the thing that was a textbook example of what I was worried would be a problem with Justice League was the action sequence in the beginning of part 2 when Terry told the other members of the Justice League about Superman going rogue, and then he goes crazy and starts attacking them. The way it was storyboarded, because the storyboard artist was trying to constantly remind the audience of where the players were, you'd have a bit of action taking place with one character, and then the camera would pan over and find out what was happening with another character. It was a nightmare in the editing room, just as you were building up a head of steam pacing-wise. Suddenly you'd have to stop and pan over to somebody else, and it was like, it was driving us crazy. It was a learning experience. We learned it's better to just cut to a character who's doing something and then cut to another character rather than just panning over to them. Or the other way to keep track of the characters is to have something happening in the foreground with one group of characters while something's happening with another group of characters in the background, and then cut blah 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 blah. That's all in the technicals. But there is no rule book to this day. Every show has its own problems. Every time we get in the editing room, we're kind of going, okay, Batman's story is coming along fine, but what about Wonder Woman's story? It's a constant struggle of trying to juggle all these characters. And that's from Modern Masters. The Call was a freaking mess, no denying it. I appreciate everyone's attempts to explain away the plot holes, but yeah, we knew all along it was full of holes back in the day. We were just so far behind schedule, the writers didn't have a chance to work out the bugs before it had to go out on the floor. Besides the humongous lapses in logic... Oh god, beating out, good wording, well played. Yes. Besides the humongous lapses in logic, the thing that bugged me the most about it was yet another mind-controlled Superman goes rogue story, uncomfortably similar to Superman's last appearance in the DCAU, the 2-part Superman episode Legacy. I complained about it to the writers. Out of all the different things we could do with Superman Beyond, and we're doing this again, Alan conceded it was a fair point, but it was just too late in the game to do anything about it. In fact, a few months back, I happened to be discussing the Swiss cheese that is The Call with Alan Burnett, and I asked him, explain to me again why Starro-controlled Superman recruited Terry with the expressed intent of finding out who the traitor was when he himself was the traitor. Alan told me with an absolute straight face that was Superman himself, not Starro, subconsciously fighting Starro's influence. I looked at him for a long moment. He grinned, shrugged, and said, "Yeah, I know, pretty lame, huh?" And why exactly is Starro forcing Superman to blow up Neo Metropolis in part 1? I guess it's all distraction so Superman can take out Warhawk without being noticed, but nah, that's too loco. Also, Starro isn't really the last of his kind. As Aquagirl says, if he can suddenly spontaneously reproduce lots and lots of baby Starros without the help of a Mrs. Starro. But even with all its flaws, I do think it's an extremely fun show with an excellent cast, an interesting lineup of heroes. Dave Johnson and Shane Glidden's character designs were really sweet. Okay, so they're going to be the ones that I need to look for to get those designs from. Awesome score, full of wow moments. And the scary Superman bit is somehow fitting with the darker, bleaker context of the Batman Beyond world. Bruce Timm on a deleted scene. When we were plotting the call, I actually suggested showing still young Supes caring for his 80-year-old invalid wife, Lois. I thought it was kind of sweet, but Murakami, Burnett, and Dini just about ewed me out of the room. Let me see if I can find the source for that, because that's interesting that Lois would be about 80. He has a point about the mind control, and that's another thing with why I think you should watch Justice League and Justice League Unlimited before Batman Beyond. I assume you're talking about with the mind control thing, and in regards to the fact that it's a reused plot line, and not with the it doesn't make sense. But if you're talking about the it doesn't make sense, then yeah, he's got a point there too. Still young Superman caring for his 80-year-old invalid wife, Lois. Why is it not finding it? Let me put that there, and then let me take that one off. There is another DCAU Ben 10 connection. Dave Johnson was a character designer for the first 2 seasons of Ben 10. Yeah, I figured there was some crossover with character designers on those shows. I've always found it very interesting how brutally self-critical Bruce is about his work. Say what you want about the man, but he'll be the first to admit the flaws in something he's worked on. Oh, for sure. Like the dude's always like, yeah, I'm glad I got to do the thing, but it fucking sucked. That's something that comes up with him time and again. Like he specifically, yeah, I was talking about the similar mind control plots. Okay, sweet. So we were on the same page there. But yeah, he's gone on the record talking about like how annoyed he is with like a lot of the stuff that happened in BTAS, and how he doesn't feel like it holds up, and he's glad that people like it, but he can't go back to watch it without seeing all of the flaws. Bruce Timm suggests there was a cut scene with Lois being 80 years old. And I guess if Lois is 80 in like 2042, 2043, That means she would have been born in like the 1960s? Unless, of course, Bruce Timm's suggestion here of her being 80s. Probably more of a rounding than anything. Because I don't think her being born all that way back works. Let me... What is a... What, 1962 it would be? That's quick math off the top of my head. Let me double check a calculator. 2042 minus 80. Yeah, 1962. Okay, I was right. So should I put Lois was born in 1962? But I think she's like 28 in Superman the Animated Series, which would mean that like that's like 1990. You know what this might be? This might be another case of Bruce Timm being like being about the 50 years situation. So I'm just going to leave that there for the time being. I'm not going to put the Lois Lane age necessarily. Let's see. Season 1, Season 2, Season 4. Here we go. We probably want stuff from the Once and Future Thing, I would assume. Is that popgeeks.com? You know what? I feel like I have to put the 1962-1963 thing on account of the fact that I said that we're putting stuff even if I disagree with it. Let me see. Let me see if I can move some stuff. Exit select mode. Oh no, I accidentally moved a Bruce Wayne bio. Get him out of here. Deselect all. Pop him back over here. There we go. 1962 to 1963. Lois Lane is born. And then I can just leave like an editorial note saying that like it might be funky because of Bruce Timm's want for things to be 50 years in the future. Bruce Timm suggests Lois is 80 by the time of the call. And let me grab that and hyperlink it. Editorial note. Bruce's thoughts on Lois's age may be affected by the fact he holds beyond to be 50 years in the future rather than 40. Drag that down under there. Okay, and all the rest of that will be cleaned up later. Let's see. Cartoon Network on The Once and Future Thing Part 1. That's not the Batman Beyond stuff. Part 2, Justice League's adventures take them to time in futuristic Gotham City where they join forces, blah, 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 blah. Bruce Timm on a potential Batman Beyond crossover circa 2004. We're talking about doing something similar with the Batman Beyond in our show. Kind of like what they did with Static Shock Batman Beyond crossover episode this past season. Dwayne McDuffie. The time travel stories let us do things we couldn't do normally. As much as we enjoy doing them, we've only done 3 in all the years we've been on. They're just memorable episodes. Let's see. Dwayne McDuffie. I'm really excited about this. The Once and Future Thing is a really, really fun story that's going to surprise a lot of people. A couple of major revelations for our characters and several guest shots that we couldn't have done any other way. It really is an apocalyptic season finale, and that's not a Jack Kirby pun. I can tell you that the bad guy is Kronos, and the League will be going to the Old West and meeting a lot of the DC Comics Western heroes, including Jonah Hex and my favorite Batlash, among others. They will also be going into the future of the DC animated universe. Batman from Batman Beyond will appear, as will Static from the Static Shock animated series, which I co-created. Static's a pretty old guy at the same time the episode occurs. And speaking of old guys, we'll also see... Oops, almost gave too much away. It might be my favorite show. We'll also see who? Is he talking about Bruce? Because, like... They already said that Batman from Batman Beyond would be there, so, like, why would Bruce be a spoiler? It might be my favorite show of Season 3. If you like Batman Beyond, if you like Static, if you like the original Justice League show, or DC's Western Heroes, then you don't want to miss this, courtesy of Silver Bullet comic books. Dwayne McDuffie on time travel and the Once and Future Thing number 1. Several of us on staff disagree, but if you're asking my opinion, this episode places Batman Beyond firmly into continuity about 5 different ways. Here's one. Kronos made a time machine before changing history. Used it to go from his time, Batman Beyond's future, to our Batman's present, the Justice League Watchtower. At the end of the episode, our Batman trapped him in a loop in Batman Beyond's present in the repaired timeline. Batman and Batman Beyond both exist, and Terry and the JLU were never killed. Vandal Savage has benefited from cyclical causality at least twice before, and this includes hereafter, by the way, and to Superman at least once. It's a fact of time travel in our universe, and for the Barry Allen Flash in the comics, whose death creates the lightning bolt that gives him powers initially. More to the point, young Bruce Wayne Batman never heard future Batman being called Terry. All he knows is there will be someone after him who calls himself Batman. When he meets Terry in the first episode of Batman Beyond, he either suspects this might be the guy, unlikely, or that some punk kid stole the suit he's going to eventually give to the real guy whenever he shows up. There's nothing in the pilot or the episode that contradicts either of these interpretations. Batman and Jon Stewart are the only people who remember the events of the Once and Future Thing. Terry, Old Bruce, Static Warhawk, and the rest of the future Justice League Unlimited don't remember those events because from their point of view, since Kronos never took over Gotham, these events never happened. Batman caught Kronos in this time loop before he went back to the Old West. Terry never met Kronos, and Kronos never souped up the Jokers, so Terry never died at their hands. Ditto for Static and the rest of the Future League. What do you have to do to get the site to load again? I'm feeling nostalgic and want to look around it. I mean, basically, all you got to do is just anytime it says toonzone.net, you just got to change it in the URL to popgeeks.com, right? So like if I click a link, it's gonna open the old. Well, I guess that was a world's finest link, so that doesn't count. But if I open up a link from like the main page, that's like something that would be right, like here, the balance, for instance. If I open it up here, it says jl.toonzone.net as the I guess I have things kind of clipped in the window, so you're not seeing the URL bar. But essentially, it's just jl.popgeeks.com, and then every time you open a new page, you gotta change the URL. Let's see. Let's see. Dwayne McDuffie on time travel and the once and future thing number 2. Batman didn't know what conversation he dropped Kronos into, but he did know from the Belt's activity log to loop Kronos just before the trip that brought him to the Watchtower. He chose that point, hoping to minimize changes to our timeline. If Batman simply returned Kronos to that point without the belt, Kronos would have simply built another belt and attacked again, this time with pre-knowledge of Batman's strategy. I imagine Kronos took several shots at various JLU members before finally succeeding in killing them. Batman looped Kronos because it was the only non-lethal way to protect the time stream. A time machine has to be able to communicate with itself achronally to work at all. Batman, with help from old Bruce, but it was edited out, took advantage of this. At the end, Kronos never gets to press the belt control. Time loops before he touches it, and he is unaware of anything unusual happening. What Batman did retroactively program the belt to, instead of carrying David to the Watchtower as it did in Part 1, put himself in an infinite loop of about 10 seconds duration, which is what we saw at the end of Part 2. Dwayne McDuffie on the once and future thing, number 3. Everyone involved knew it is a very bad idea to gain knowledge of your future. Terry pointedly didn't talk much to Bruce and John, even scolding Warhawk when he started to say too much. Terry never even took off his mask. So no, there was no scene written or even seriously considered where Batman talked to Terry about anything he didn't have to. I don't think Bruce knew that Terry would be Batman. He knew he would give the suit to someone someday, blah, 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 blah. Static met Green Lantern 3 times on Static Shock. Finally, the Jonah Hex travel references were to the comic book Hex, a series I wasn't much of a fan of, but it did give me a couple good gags for this episode. Interesting. So that might mean that we could count that as DCAU canon. Bruce Timm on nitpicking in Weird Western Tales. Dwayne McDuffie on Batman's plan. It's just a sequence that was cut for time. Our Batman and old Bruce came up with the plan. Computer programming by the time Batman Beyond is pretty much telling the computer what you want it to do, waiting for it to assemble efficient code to do it, then testing the program. The hard part was getting past Kronos' security software. Hard for young Bruce, that is. Old Bruce had been doing this for 50 years longer than our guy. He added the part to the program to breach Kronos' security, blah, 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 blah. Oh shit, it's Phil's birthday? Well, happy birthday to him. Such a good guy. Bruce Timm on Kevin Altieri's return. We were on one board guy short, blah, blah, blah. Joaquin Dos Santos on Once and Future Thing. I remember looking through the script thinking, we've got old Bruce, current Bruce, and Batman Beyond all in one scene. When all three of them are talking together, I took that from the storyboard guys and boarded it myself. I just thought it was the coolest thing in the world. Dwayne McDuffie on the aftermath. Batman trapped Kronos in a time loop before he went back to the Watchtower. That means it's the corrected timeline. Wonder Woman never went to the future. The future Justice League never met Kronos. Static and Batman Beyond never died. Blah, 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 blah. As Warhawk was born to Shire Hall and Jon Stewart Before Kronos ever polluted the time stream, that future is intact. Let's see. Do we have anything else on this website for like static? Yes. That's probably going to be some future stuff there. And I think after this, I might call it for the night. It has been 4 hours. I know we had a little bit of a rough patch there, with the situation of the microphone. But you know, I don't have to make up time to you guys. Let's see. This is all about young static. Okay, that's all young static, so there's nothing there. Something I wonder if I have it in our Google Drive, though. Because I do want to have... The back of the Mattel action figure box that, it was what? I think Static, Micron, and... maybe it was Aqua Girl. Has... like, it doubled up on Static actually being 65 rather than that just being a turn of phrase. So if I have that, yes. Here we go. Aqua Girl, daughter of Aquaman, can control water and blah, 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 blah. Static can generate and manipulate electromagnetic energy and at age 65 was one of the last remaining members of the JLU. So download that bad boy. And I'll pop that into the timeline. And then, you know what? There's one more thing that I've been wanting to pop in that I keep forgetting to do. So I'll probably grab that too if I have it on the drive. If not, then I'll just have to have it for next time. Static is 65 years old. Not 65B years old. Come on. Where did I just save that? Probably in my downloads folder. What is it called? Justice League Beyond is just the name of that. So there we go. That's in there now. Actually, there's two things that I'm thinking about now. There are so many things that that like are just very small pieces of information that like I keep forgetting because there's you know, there's just so much small stuff that's not necessarily like bound in a book or something. So this one's going to be in 2040, if I can remember, or if I do have it. DVD art, yes. Some Zeta stuff. We got an official source saying Zeta was created in 2040. And since we don't have a Zeta project timeline yet, that might be one of the last things that we try to add onto here. But I do want to at least put in the one thing that I do know. season 2 DVD case. Kevin Conroy is so cool. Agreed. Kevin Conroy is a cool guy. Zeta is created. And then Zeta Project Season 2 DVD case. Yeah, no, whenever, since I was talking about it earlier, whenever my grandma ended up passing back in 2019, my fiance reached out to Kevin Conroy via Cameo to just be like, hey, like, you know, my fiance is kind of going through a rough time. Here's the situation. And he sent a personalized message our way, and you know, kind of was talking about how he dealt with it when his parents passed, and you know, tried to give me some comforting words through that. So yeah, Kevin Conroy is a great guy. I mean, obviously for more than just that, but like, you know, that's just a personal connection that I have. Let's see. I know we went through Modern Masters a stream or two ago, but I feel like there was something that I missed. I think there's like a specific age given. Like I didn't read any of the stuff about the artwork, except for like this was what when Terry was named Terry McGavin. He is a homie. Agreed. Kevin Conroy can come fuck around with Watchtower Database anytime he wants to. He's family. Let's see. If I remember correctly, there was a specific age given to Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne at age 60. And then they say he was 80 in Batman Beyond. There we go. That's enough. Is that there? Save as. Let me go back over to my Batman Beyond folder. Books. Modern Masters. And I'll add that here. And what page is that? That's does it have a page number? Page 64. Who's the one character you wish we would have saw in the DCAU on screen? You know, I don't know. The majority of my DC knowledge comes from the DCAU. Though I have, you know, gotten more acclimated to to DC properties in the time since. So I'm trying to rack my brain for somebody that didn't show up in the DCAU who deserved some screen time. I feel like more Swamp Thing would have been cool, right? Because like we did get him in Batman and Harley Quinn, and like that is DCAU, but it's not the same thing as like, you know, had he been part of the shows or something like that. That would have been a fun time. I feel like I was reading Justice League Dark before the pandemic started, and I was really getting into what they were doing with that comic, and Swamp Thing was a decent part of it. So he's one that I would definitely like to have had. I was also really getting into Justice League Odyssey, and you know, they had the team is. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I know it's Azrael, and Jessica Cruz, and Cyborg, and Starfire, and then I think like Orion and Blackfire get tied into that as well. So having the Teen Titans characters show up in the DCAU would have been a lot of fun. At least you know, Cyborg, Starfire. Those would have been my top two. Raven and Beast Boy showing up would be cool as well, but it is what it is. Oh, Blue Beetle, definitely, that would have been fun too. Yeah, now that you mention it, I've been really happy lately a lot because my birthday is in March. Hell yeah, you're getting close. You still got a couple months to go, but you're getting close. So those were the three things that I could think of off the top of my head that needed to be added. So now that they're added, I think that's it for the night. But Rad Rob just said, dude, same here. Oh, about the birthday in March. I'm excited for when Barry Allen shows up in the next DCAU movie this year. No. And with that, I believe it's time to call it an evening. It's been like 4.5 hours almost. It's a lot of fun hanging out with you all as usual. Oh, yours is the 6th of February. Well, hell yeah, that's a lot closer than March. But as always, it was a lot of fun hanging out with y'all. Stay tuned tomorrow. There's legitimately a really fun TED video happening tomorrow. It's probably the most fun I've had with watching a TED video in a long time. Not to say that TED videos aren't fun, but you know, he likes to do the deep research kind of stuff with like the casting calls and stuff like that. This isn't like that at all. It's TED off script. You know, making jokes and stuff in real time, and it's a lot of fun to watch him shine like that. So be sure to check that out tomorrow. And then as always, we'll be back next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at noon Pacific time. And then of course next Saturday I will be here at 6 p.m. and I don't know what we're gonna be doing. Because we just got through all of the Batman Beyond guidebooks and stuff that I've got. I guess we can start looking into the comics and stuff, especially if we're gonna add the Earth 12 stuff to this. So that might be a fun thing to do. Maxie agrees that it's a real fun video. I guess Maxie, you're a patron, aren't you? Yeah. So I forget who's a patron and who's not. So I'm glad that you had fun with that, and I'm glad Rob had fun with it too. So yeah, it'll be a fun time tomorrow. I might drop into Discord tonight. I'm not too entirely sure. But at the very least, Danny, I will remember to figure out where that ink story is for you. Y'all have a good night, and I will see you. I'll see you next week.